if you believe that there are multiple gods, right, what makes you think that there are that a god has to exist to explain why we exist?
Okay, what I believed when I was younger that there was just one God that I had to pray to, otherwise something bad would happen. Like that's what I was led to believe. But as I grew up and I got older, I kind of grew into my own beliefs.
Okay. And what particular reason do you have for why we need some type of god to explain why we exist?
I don't necessarily think we need a God to explain why we exist. Like, yeah. So I'm about to contradict myself, and I know that. Sometimes I do believe that there is a God or multiple gods, but there are times where like something bad happens and I'm like, is there?
Okay. So like if do you believe that these gods are all knowing and all powerful and all good?
I believe they are all knowing and all powerful, but I do not believe that they are all good. No.
Oh, you don't believe that they're all good.
No, I believe there are some gods that do have malicious intent.
Okay. Okay. So if they're all knowing and all powerful, do they have power over each other?
I think that they have like equal power to each other.
They have equal power to each other?
Yeah.
So if they have equal power to each other, that means that they're not all powerful, right? Because then they don't have power over each other, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we don't believe that they're all powerful?
I don't know.
Okay. Is there anything else you want to talk about or add?
No, I mean my brain's not really working right now because I'm a little sick.
You're good, don't worry. I appreciate you coming on. Thank you so much.
Yep.
We're gonna go on to the next person. Everyone, if you like the content, follow me. If you haven't already, tap that screen. Everyone, let's try to get to 150,000 likes. If you want to help get out to more people, share the live, copy link, send it to a few friends. We're gonna go on to the next person. If you believe in God, if you want to debate, make sure to send a guest request right now. Again, y'all know I accept the first people who do send requests. So if you send it right now, I definitely will be able to get to you. Actually, I don't know if I'll be able to get to you, but I'll try my best. Actually, I was just used to saying that. Yeah.
You hear me?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Yeah. Do you think that God exists?
Yeah, I do believe that God exists.
Why do you believe God exists?
I just believe that personally that wait, I'm sorry, is the music too loud in the background? I just
Yeah. Could you turn it off if
yeah,
you can?
thank you. Okay. Okay. I just believe there's too many things, like it's too complicated, like how Earth has like over like 200 things, like magnetic field, all these things.
A magnetic field?
I mean like the
Like that's the thing you're concerned about. So like, okay, so you're like saying, why do we have this, or how do we have this? And because we don't have this, that means that there has to be a God.
no, I'm saying that there's like 100 things that make the I'm sorry, this is my first debate. Wait. Oh no, I'm sorry, I'm stupid. Wait, nah. I'm saying there's over like 100 things that like make this world like be able to exist, like orbit, the mass, the position, all these things, and I just believe that all these things go together, and it proves that God exists, in my opinion.
All these things like go together, like are okay. So are you trying to reference like the fine tuning argument, saying like
Yeah,
there are some of these like
field,
constants in this
tectonic.
universe, and if they were slightly different, we wouldn't have the same reality that we see here today, right? But
Yeah.
the same thing can also be applied to the context of God's mind, right? God could have had like an infinite set of desires, right? And one of these desires could have been to create a world in which there's just slime, or a world in which there's like just marbles, right? These are different possible desires that God could have had. So what ordered God's mind insofar as that it brought about this reality where there are human beings, right? Rather than a reality in which there was just like, say, slime, or a reality in which was just marbles.
Yeah. But it's just, for me, it's like, without one of these things, like, the world wouldn't be habitable, you know, if we don't have tectonics.
Did you hear
We
what I
don't-
said?
Yeah, I do. You said something that was slime, said all that. I didn't really get it, but
You didn't get it. So again, what ordered God's mind, right? Because God could have desired to create a different world than he did, right? But God decided to protect this particular world rather than the infinite other set of worlds that could have been created given God's particular desires.
yeah, I know. But how does that prove that God doesn't exist?
So I'm critiquing your argument, right? I can give an argument like that shows contradictions if you believe in the Abrahamic religions, right? But this is just an argument against the fine tuning, right? Indicating that it requires a God, like that notion. That's just an argument against that.
Do you want to go to another topic? I'm not really informed about this, but you can bring up a topic and I'll just actually just talk about that topic instead.
Not God, you mean?
No, like, I mean, like another topic instead of the fine tuning.
Oh, okay. So what would be the reason why you believe God exists? If it's not fine tuning.
No, I do believe in fine tuning, but you kind of beat me in this because I'm not really that informed about fine tuning and all those things.
So do you have any other arguments you base your belief on, or do you have nothing?
Well, obviously, I believe in the Bible. I believe what happens. I also believe, like in Noah's Ark, I also believe in...
Okay. So let's ask some questions about Noah's Ark, right? When God flooded the earth, right, did that take away the free will of the individuals living on the earth?
I wouldn't say so. I wouldn't say take away the free will.
No? So he unalived them, doesn't take away their free will. Okay, so could God have... Go ahead.
If you murder someone, do you take someone's free will? I wouldn't say you took someone's free will. You just took their life.
Okay. So if God, right, unalives Hitler before like World War II and the Holocaust, right? Wouldn't that mean he didn't take away any free will?
He would take... Yeah, that's exactly why he didn't choose to take away Adam and Eve, because he did believe in free will. So yeah, you're right about that.
No. If he unalived Hitler before World War II and before the Holocaust, right? That doesn't take away free will. What's the reason why God didn't do this?
He didn't do this like the example with Adam and Eve. He's omniscient, right? So he obviously knew that Adam and Eve was going to sin, but he still decided, you know what, free will, they can do whatever they want. Even if I know it's going to...
Yeah, but again, remember, this doesn't take away free will for God to do this. Yeah. God can save millions of fucking lives, okay? God wants to save those millions of lives, right? God cares about human life.
Well, that's actually why he flooded the world, because he saw so much sin and he believed that he had to kill everyone.
Okay, so same thing could be applied here, right? Why doesn't God stop this?
Well, Jesus is coming back. That's how he's going to stop it eventually.
So why didn't he stop that? Again, it already happened. Why didn't he stop it before it happened?
This was before Jesus came in. That's why.
I thought Jesus already came to Earth. Why?
No, not before.
Isn't God always lurking around, always watching? He knows everything that's going on.
About the human.
Yeah, if he's always around, he knows this is going on. Why didn't he stop it?
Stop what, the sin?
Why didn't he stop Hitler from being able to kill tens of millions of people?
Oh, that's your point? Oh, well, because
remember, because he could have just unalived him, and that doesn't take away free will of human beings. Remember? Because again, Noah's Ark didn't take away, like the flooding of the earth didn't take away free will of human beings.
I still believe that, you're kind of contradicting me here. You're kind of doing good. But what I'm trying to say is I don't believe personally if you kill someone, you take away someone's will. But if he did it purposely because he knew what he was going to do, I think that would be taking away their free will. It's like...
Oh, isn't that what he did with Noah's Ark?
No, because there's so much evil inside of the world.
No, but he did that with Noah's Ark. Remember, he did it to stop the evil, right? That's the same reason. I appreciate the sailway. Thank you.
No, he did it because so many people were so evil that he needed to kill everybody to make people less evil. That's why.
Yeah, wouldn't this also apply? If Hitler's not there, people would be less evil because they wouldn't have been forced to engage in these particular actions.
But it takes against the will because you know what? I'm done. I have to study for my bar exam. Bye.
Really? Okay. All right.
No, I'm fucking with you. I'm 19. I was born in 2004. Bye.
Chat, that was rough. That was rough. Tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 150,000 likes. If you want to help get out to more people, share the live, copy link, send it to a few friends. We're gonna go on to the next person again. If you disagree, send a guest request right now. We're gonna go on to the next person again. Only send a guest request if you do disagree, everyone. Let's go into the next person. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 21. Can you hear me?
Yeah, for sure. Do you believe in God?
I wouldn't necessarily say that I believe in God, but I always like to say that I know. But I also would like to explain to other people that the concept of God that we have, right, is not what they think it is, right? You know, this concept of Jesus and him doing this and him, I don't think that that's something that should honestly be relevant. It honestly doesn't make sense. There's too many contradictions. I think that God is. I think that God is creation. I don't think that God is a man. I don't think that God is a woman.
Oh, okay. So your view's compatible with atheism. So I am just gonna look for people who like.
It's not really like atheism. Like there is a God, but it's not what people
You're just saying you're just saying it's the universe, right? So if you're just saying that me or the universe is God, right? That's just going to be like a definition sort of thing, right? That's compatible with atheism.
I mean,
saying
not
that
really,
like the theistic gods
atheism,
don't exist.
Atheism is kind of different though. It's more from a whole different standpoint, especially with New Age atheism too. Atheism now is like a religion now. So this
No,
isn't coming from a
atheism definitely isn't a religion. A religion is going to be like a faith or worship in a supernatural, right, entity, like creating the universe. Atheism, you don't believe in that.
That's the old.
That's not possible.
That's the old atheism. But I'm saying like this New Age.
The old atheism. What's the new atheism?
It's a religion now. Like people actually go to church for being atheist. I don't know. I can't really give you too much on it, but people actually go to church for being atheism.
People go to church for what? Who goes to church?
People that are
what church?
New Age atheists, like New Age spiritualism. Like it's different.
I don't. I mean, it depends on like the individual that believes in spirituality. Some is compatible with atheism, some isn't. Right.
That's what I'm saying though. That's what I'm saying. Like there's like you got old traditional stuff that were, you know, back then.
I mean, that's not atheism as a religion. Those are different types of beliefs. I appreciate the had mustache. Right. Thank you so much. Atheism doesn't entail those beliefs at all.
Right. I get what you're saying. That's why I'm telling you that there is a new age atheism that is far different than the atheism that was before. Like people actually go to church. There are actually atheists that go to church.
But it's not for being atheists.
Well, I don't know what it's for, but I was just speaking on that. But okay, look. So yeah, I mean, God is real. I don't know too much about all that religious God stuff like that. God is the thing though. And honestly, it's just a title for something, to be honest with you. God isn't a being of some sort. Describing a man.
You're just saying the God is the universe. So I'm not saying the universe doesn't exist. So I'm not
pretty much having a conversation with people that are saying that God is a person.
Yeah, the Abrahamic religions.
Hey, okay.
Essentially.
Okay.
Appreciate you coming on though.
Paganism and stuff like that.
Well, I mean, pagans don't really often come on. Honestly, not really concerned. I mean, I'll ask them why they justify their belief, but that's really the extent of the conversation when it relates to that. But
okay, appreciate you, man.
I appreciate it coming on. All right, we're gonna go on to the next person. Only send a guest request. If you disagree, we're gonna go on to the next person. If you believe in God, make sure to send a guest request right now, y'all. Only send a guest request. By the way, we could just say if you believe in the Abrahamic gods, honestly, because like the pantheism stuff, that's just it's honestly just compatible with atheism. Yo, what's up?
Hey, how you doing? 39.
For sure. Do you believe in God?
Yeah. I would like to lay down one simple argument.
Mm-hmm.
So we have. I like to use Jesus as my argument. So Jesus was prophesied about 700 years before he existed, before he came into this world. And we have the evidence of that. We have the paper dating back to that. Now, Jesus came into the world. He died, rose again, and that's documented.
I don't believe that resurrection occurred.
Okay,
I don't
hold on one second.
Let me just
finish the last part.
Gotcha.
So now we have over 2 billion people worshiping Jesus. So with the three of them combined, I believe that's good enough evidence to show you that there is a God, because no one in history could replicate what Jesus did.
I think at some point it could be replicated, especially given like the level of population, right? It just depends on that. So clearly speaking, I don't think that the amount of people believing in a religion indicates the truth value, as when it was the case that Christianity wasn't popular, right, and Judaism was popular, right? Was Judaism the correct religion?
No, but the thing
No.
is, Christianity didn't start with the book, right? It started because one man made a claim, died and rose again, and you have the Roman Empire at that time. That one man changed the whole Roman Empire, right?
Wait, no, but
And
the
then
but
the
the
book
point you
was
just made to
the book
indicate
was
the
written
truth.
about him.
The point that you just made to indicate the truth was that most people believed in this, right? And then you said you were making a truth claim, like, therefore this is true, right?
No, I'm saying it's true because there's a man that was prophesied about 700 years, right? That alone is powerful. And
I don't know if that was actually promised.
the man came and made the claim come true. He said, "Hey, that thing was written about me, and now I'm going to do it right now." And now, afterwards, you have an explosion of this new religion.
Okay, so I
That
think
and that they have evidence. You could go and read those old manuscripts. You could go in history and see the Roman Empire being changed, and you could go now and see there's billions of people worshiping that same person. You have evidence of all three of those claims.
okay, I mean, there are billions of people worshiping other religions and religions that you think are false. I don't think that indicates the truth. In terms of the self-fulfilling prophecies, right? These are things that were applied to Jesus when he was born, right? If you remember like the story with the three wise men, right? And how they gave gifts to Jesus when he was born. This is something applied to Jesus when he was born and something that he was culturally raised in, right? Not necessarily something that he grew up to then fulfill, right? Again, he knew about this prophecy. It was told to him and it was literally applied to him. So I don't know what you're talking about within that respect.
Yeah, but the thing is, okay,
And
even
also,
if
we
you
don't
knew
have
about,
evidence for resurrection, good evidence for resurrection. I believe Jesus existed. I believe Jesus was crucified on the cross, right? But I don't believe in resurrection, as it was the case that most individuals that were crucified within that context, right, were left on the cross to decompose.
so the Roman Empire had many different. They believe in many different gods, right? And that's what I'm trying to say. This one man came and changed that whole Roman Empire. He changed the whole story, right? That can't just be because, hey, I'm coming, I see what was written before me, and I'm gonna try to just play along with this thing, right? That whole thing had to happen. That whole religion was created because something special happened. Something special happened at that moment in time, right? Even if Jesus died, right, and there was no resurrection, there wouldn't be no religion at all.
No, again, I don't believe that there was like a resurrection, right? There are claims of it, right? But that
So
doesn't necessarily
how
indicate that it's true, as if there are claims of, say, spiritual experiences when it relates to the angel Gabriel and Prophet Muhammad. You don't
right?
accept, right, the conclusions formed from those particular experiences, right? But you
So
accept the
how
conclusions formed from your own,
so
right?
how
Or from the
how is
ones in
it
the Bible.
so how is it possible that that whole fake story changed that whole empire, changed their religion? Like people just dropped it at that time.
Well,
How can a
I
fake
believe.
story?
Appreciate the cuddle with you. Thank you so much. I believe that people throughout society have used like different types of religious beliefs, right, as like a method of control. I really do believe that that's true. Some people seek out for it and like a sense of purpose or like meaning applied to their own lives, and that's how it would be like on an interpersonal basis. But if we're talking about from like the governmental structures, clearly we've seen throughout history like large precedents to indicate that it's been used to control people, right?
So
Because
you're
you
saying
having the faith and not questioning the faith is the very basis for accepting like roles and authority, right,
so
over
you're
you.
saying the Roman Empire used that to control people? created that religion.
Historically. I appreciate the autumn leave. Thank you so much. Historically has been used in that particular connotation when it's been used in the context of faith.
Okay, but what about Christianity? You're saying the Romans created that
Appreciate the paper,
religion.
Grant. Thank you so much. I'm not saying any particular entity created the religion. What I'm saying is it's been used in that particular capacity.
Right. Either Jesus changed the Roman Empire, changed their religion, or they created this.
Paper, Grant. Thank you.
It's one of the two.
That's a false dichotomy. There could be many other explanations. Right. I don't. What's that?
But you have to look at what it is, though. Those are the two. That's the thing that happened. The Roman Empire was changed. Their religion was changed. It changed over to
I'm not
Christianity.
saying that people didn't adopt Christianity, but people adopting a religion doesn't mean it's accurate. There are billions of people that have adopted Islam. You think Islam is false? Okay.
Yeah, but what I'm saying
I don't
is
see this as a convincing argument at all. Right. What we should look at is like. Go ahead.
Yeah, but I'm saying it didn't come from a book. An event happened. An event took place. And then this thing started. It wasn't, hey, look, I have this book from God, and this is what it says, so you have to believe in this book. An event started and started changing the empire, and then created the New Testament.
What's
you understand what I'm trying to say?
Does this say that it's that like Jesus resurrected, that your God exists, He created all of us? I don't see how that's entailed.
I'm saying this is the evidence that I'm bringing to you, that this is recorded. We have this thing recorded. We can examine the Roman Empire changing religion to this person that claimed to be God.
Yeah,
we can go and examine that.
There's been changes of religions all across the world when it relates to different religions. Okay, Islam. How do you think Islam became popular?
They said they got a book. They said they got a book from God. And they said you have to believe in it.
The same way you got a book from God, you got to believe in it, right? The exact same thing. It's
but that's the thing. The Bible wasn't created. The event created the Bible. The event created the New Testament. The event of Jesus being crucified.
The event of the Prophet Muhammad having an experience with the angel Gabriel is the basis for a lot of these claims as well, because it's the dictation of the Quran, right? So there's also revelations behind other types of religions that you think are literally false. Okay, so if you think that these are false,
they have witnesses that talked about these things, that documented, versus you have a man with a book in a cave, right, that said, hey, he did miracles that split the moon, and only he saw it. He and the donkey saw it. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the crucifixion, right? You had the Roman Empire, you had the Jews, and you had the Christians all watching this thing happen. You had all three of these people, these groups watching this event take place. And then this thing exploded. Then this thing started.
Okay, again, people believe in a religion. Why does it indicate that it's true?
I'm telling, because we have the evidence of these things happening. We have the evidence of a
events
prophecy.
Took place in the Quran.
Wait a minute. Right? We have the event of a prophecy. No one could just predict 700 years this man is going to come and take over the world. And he said, hey, my name will be spread across all the nations. He made all those things come true.
Yeah. So again, the same thing could have been said could have been said and probably was said in the context of the Quran, right? As again, if it is the case that you're a religion and people predominantly are adopting this particular religion, especially because of colonialization, imperialization, things like that, right? Then clearly speaking, right, it's going to be spread across the world. But it is the case that Christianity was spread across the world with violence.
Actually, within 70 AD. Right, within 70 AD, the word has been preached across all the world. That's what's written in the. That's documented.
It's not just preached, right?
And hold on, the violence came about 1,000 years after Christianity has already been spread. Starting with the with the, what do you call it again? The Crusades and the Inquisition that happened 1,000 years afterwards. So the gospel has already been preached and spread without violence. It's been spread with just love.
Oh, I'm not saying all of the spread was violence. I'm saying there's a huge basis of it spreading around the world based upon violence. Okay,
Yeah, but
so
that's false because it happened, or
it's
the
true.
message already has been spread. That's what I'm trying to tell you. 1,000 years passed, and the whole world had the gospel already. It's been established.
You
You can't
understand the same
establish
thing is true
something.
with the Quran?
What was that?
The same thing's true with the Quran. The same thing's
No,
true
it's
with
not.
like almost any other
That's
religious
not true.
scripture.
That's not true with the Quran.
Yeah, any religious scripture could have claimed. I could claim right now in a book, my paper is going to be spread all across the world. Put it on the internet, boom, spread all across the world.
Yeah, but that's not true though, because you can't do that.
Why not?
First of all, it hasn't been done. It has been tested. These things already been tested,
What do you mean? We can't. I can spread it all across the world. What are you talking about?
and have billions of people worshiping you and following you.
I'm not, again, it doesn't have to be billions of people. I can just dispute the billions of people claim based upon the fact that you think Islam is false and there are billions of people who believe it. And you think Judaism is false. There are a billion people that believe it, right? I don't know.
Okay,
Or, I don't
I'm
know
not
what you're talking
disputing.
about.
I'm not disputing Islam and Judaism. What I'm saying
Almost a
is
billion, I
we
mean.
have something supernatural that took place. We have something supernatural that took place that no other human being in history have these things
Again,
from
what
prophecies
tells you that the
to
resurrection occurred? Right? Because isn't that what the whole claim relies
the
upon?
resurrection, right? Right. So we have the Romans, the Jews, and people who follow Jesus gathered there watching this thing. It changed. This thing changed the Roman Empire. It impacted the Jews and the Christians. Something false and fake cannot do that, my friend.
What are you talking about? Islam impacted so many people. I appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much. And you think it's false? Like, dude, that is such. Dude, you're not applying their same reasoning to other types of
You keep
beliefs
bringing
at
up
all.
Islam. You keep
Yeah,
bringing up Islam.
because it can be used because you are saying that it's false, right? And these same types of things that you're saying that justify your particular religion to be correct are true within the context of Islam, and you still think Islam is false. So if these don't
Islam
indicate truth,
in
then they clearly wouldn't indicate
in
truth here.
okay, in the Quran, it talks about unaliving unbelievers, right? It talks about if you leave Islam, you get
Wait,
unalived.
hold up. Can you give me the verse?
I would have to go. I would have to use. I don't know if I could
That's
come
a
off the app
wild
and.
claim to not have the verse. Right, you know, in the
Okay.
Bible, in the Old Testament, it
Okay.
literally tells you you can own slaves, right, and you can bequeath them down to your children.
Okay, that's a whole nother topic we can talk about if you want to, but that's not my evidence for God. My evidence for God is Jesus
Yeah, but you
Christ.
were trying to make an moral argument against Islam. I can make
No,
many
no. I'm
moral
trying to tell
arguments
you. I'm
against
trying to tell
Christianity.
you. No, no. I'm not. I'm not using that moral example. I'm using that Islam was spread through force. I'm telling you that Christianity was spread with the Roman Empire, the Jews, and his followers watching this event of him dying on the cross. That's how it exploded. That's how it spread.
No,
That's my
no, your
argument.
claim
My
is
argument is
because of the
not.
claim of resurrection. That's actually the claim, right? But
You're right. My claim is the
there's just
resurrection.
if I had a book, right, and I wrote down in the book that 500 people saw a floating pig, would you believe that 500 people saw a floating pig?
If the one of the greatest nations on the earth was changed by that floating pig, I would have to examine it now.
Well, yeah, okay, right.
Am I
People in
right?
the chat right now are going to tell you that they believe in the floating pig. Okay, the world has changed. Would you consider it now?
If the whole world is impacted by the floating pig, I'm saying I would
What do you
have
mean? What do
to
you mean by the whole
examine it.
world?
Okay. Forget about the whole world because I already mentioned about the gospel being spread, but we're not going to use that. We're going to use what
Look
happened
how many
at the
people in
time.
real life are actually impacted by the floating pig, man.
Okay, let's look at what happened at the time with the Romans, the Jews, and the Christians, right? If a whole empire is impacted by the floating pig, I would have to look at it now. I would have to say,
What's your
hey,
definition of an
maybe there's
empire?
something.
Hold up. What's your definition of an empire?
The Roman Empire, uh, basically, you can say the state of a group of people that is established around through power and their way of life, society.
Established through power. Established through, that's very vague. I don't know how to even apply that, right? We got an empire
Okay.
here on TikTok then, right? I'm just,
Okay, the Roman.
oh my gosh, I just literally, for some reason, my power is low. Are you there? Hello?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
So the Roman Empire, it was. There you go.
No, I still hear you. I just,
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm just saying that it's like having the United States now, right? The United States believe in, one set of rules or gods or whatnot, and then this floating pig comes along, and now everybody, this floating pig did something miraculous, right? Something supernatural.
dude. I don't even think that it's like your point is that if it impacts society, it's true, right? The Quran has impacted society, therefore it's true, right? Hindu
No,
scriptures have impacted society, therefore it's true. Appreciate the gem gun, thank you so much. The Book of Mormon has impacted society, therefore it's true.
okay. My thing is, how did it impact? How? We know that Islam. You know
You mean
about
people
the
believe in them?
yes, and
That's what you're trying to say.
no. I'm what I'm trying to
Billions
say.
of people
You're
believe in
saying
all
that
those
because
books.
you're saying because of Islam and how these things spread, they did not spread the way that Christianity was spread. How it started.
So somehow Christianity is true because of how it spread.
Christianity is true because of the three events that I mentioned
The
that took
resurrection.
place.
So
Supernatural.
what is the
It's
justification for the
supernatural.
resurrection then?
I would, like I was saying, I would say that you have a powerful empire that's already established, and they had these religions already in place, and this one thing came about and happened, and you have these people all watching, and all of a sudden now these people change their minds. Why did they change their minds?
Yeah,
And
so
you bring up Islam, but I'm
dude,
trying to
honestly,
tell you.
I'm gonna be totally with you. I don't see this as a convincing argument. Just because people have changed their minds, that's not gonna indicate to me why it's true. Christianity. Do you have any other arguments?
No, I just wanted to mention that one real quick about the prophecies, the resurrection, and can I add one more thing?
For sure.
Okay, after when he was here, he also made predictions of what's going to happen, and it already took place. Like he talked about the destruction of the temple, and that we see that happening. He said, "In this generation will not pass until these things happen, with this temple being destroyed in
What
Israel."
temple?
In Israel, the second temple that was built, it was destroyed, and he
So
predicted that it would happen.
some temple at some point will be destroyed.
Yeah, that's what.
I don't think that's like an unlikely thing to occur.
No, it did happen. There is no more temple uh, in Israel for the Jews.
Yeah. I feel like this is something that's likely to occur.
No, it's history. It's you can see it. You can go and read about it. That's what I'm saying. The things that
but
I
like
meant, I'm
the
talking about.
appreciate the
It's been
handout, thank you.
documented. It's been documented. And who can predict all these
Did I
events?
dispute? Hey man, I'm not disputing anything like that, right? What I'm saying is that again, why does this indicate that there's truth here, right? First of all, there's prophecy that's around in which indicates that people would likely want to do something like that. Second of all, right, things like this are likely to happen at some point given the existence of a fucking temple that is believing in a particular religion or something like that, right? Or any type of temple, really, right? They don't stay around forever, right? That is something that we know to be true.
Yeah, but how accurate is it that it happened within the generation that he mentioned? He said this same generation that he's talking to right now won't
How do you
pass.
know the same generation?
It's written in the Bible in Matthew's
What generation does it say?
the generation that he was in at the time in 30 AD.
And wait, so what did he say about that generation again? Can you clarify?
He said, "In this generation will not pass until these things happen, which is the destruction of the temple."
And when did the destruction of the temple happen?
It happened in 70 AD.
It happened 70 AD, so it happened after?
Within the generation.
within the
He
Gen.
said it
Okay.
in he said
Okay.
it in
Here,
he
I
said it in
honestly,
30
I honestly
he
don't
said
know
it
what
in
you're.
30 he
Hey,
said it
hey,
in 30 AD and it happened in 70 AD.
I'm gonna be totally honest. I don't know what you're referring to within the context of the Bible right now, but I have a friend, right, that does. Right? Would you like to talk to him real quick?
About that same thing, if you yeah, sure.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Let me invite Matt. Chat.
Hey,
What's up, Matt?
how you doing?
What's good, bro?
Okay, so I'll be quick. The temple being destroyed is first recorded in the Gospel of Mark. The reason why Mark mentions the temple is because it is a consensus among scholars that Mark was written around 70 A.D. The words of Jesus that you're saying are from 30 AD is from Mark saying this is what Jesus said. We have no evidence that this is what the historical Jesus actually said. So that's the issue, guest, that you're applying. You're taking that the Gospel of Mark was actually written during the time of Jesus when it was not written during the time of Jesus. It was actually written around the year 70 AD, around the time that the temple was being destroyed. That's how the prophecy is being fulfilled.
Okay.
Okay, so it goes Mark, Matthew, Luke, John. Mark is first, Matthew follows shortly after, followed by Luke, followed by John at around 90 to 100 AD. So the reason why and as Parker said, he is correct, the authors of the Gospels, who, by the way, were not Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, the authors of these Gospels applied the prophecies to Jesus in order to satisfy their own communities with which they're writing to. That's why, for example, in Mark you have the Messianic secret. Why in Matthew you have the most Jewish gospel. Matthew talks about Jesus being the Jewish Messiah. In Luke, it's much more on the Gentile side, and in John, it's about him being God. It's because they are each applying Jesus to their own communities for which they are writing.
All right.
So you're getting the temple being destroyed. Very first one from Mark, and Mark is writing around the time the temple was destroyed. He was not writing at the exact moment, but he was likely writing shortly before it when the temple and Jerusalem was under siege by the Romans, and so he anticipated that the temple would be destroyed.
No, okay.
Yeah. And by the way, if I can, Parker, really quick, I'm very sorry. I just want really quick. You mentioned for like a whole 15 minutes about the Roman Empire. We know why Christianity spread in the Roman Empire. This is not a secret amongst historians. We know why. Okay.
Why?
The reason why is because Christianity, unlike the Roman religion, was you could only worship one God. Roman theology said that you can worship any God you want to, as long as you also worshipped our gods. Meaning, for example, if I was a Roman citizen, I could worship Jupiter, Hera, the Baal. I could worship any god I wanted to, right? Including Yahweh, including Yahweh, as long as I also worship the emperor and his gods. Okay, Christianity said, no, you can't do that. You have to abandon every other god you have and only worship Jesus and Yahweh. Okay, that's
Okay.
why. That's why for every single time that a Christian was converted, Roman religion lost one follower, right? Romans gained followers, but they never lost any, right? Because a Roman would go and convert, say, a pagan, right? But that pagan could still believe in their own gods just as long as they believed in the Roman gods. But a Christian could not do that. So that's why it took literally 300 years for the Roman Empire to eventually be so populated by Christians and the Roman religion fell out of favor that Constantine himself had to convert, and then it was shortly after Constantine's death that Christianity was made the official religion of the Roman Empire.
Right. And
So we know how the process went about.
right, but here's my thing though. Within the first century, 7 million Christians were unalived for following Christianity, for following Jesus Christ. Who in their right minds will put themselves in that kind of situation? Not maybe one or two people, but 7 million people.
Wait. We know millions of people today that would die for their faith in many religions, right? I don't think that's going to be
Yeah, I
something
doubt it.
that's.
I doubt
no,
it.
No,
but,
I know
but
people
by
that
the
say it on
way,
TikTok all
I
the
doubt it.
time, right? Who are
Yeah,
Listen,
Christian,
it's one
people
thing to say it.
who are Muslim,
It's one thing to
right?
say it.
A lot of people who are in the religions, like they say that they would do that.
but guess your claim is wrong at the beginning. Your fact is wrong. 7 million did not die. That is a claim made by the church fathers in order to spread their own gospel about what's happening. I would highly
So how
recommend
many?
that
How
you
many?
look up. We don't know. We don't know.
Okay, so if you don't know, you can't
The
say
only
7
yes we
million.
no
You,
we
if you don't know something, you can't tell me that I'm
no,
wrong
we
because you
all
don't
we
know
know.
it.
No, hold on. I didn't say that. I
So
said we
then,
don't know
what
how
is the real
many.
number?
No, we don't know how many, but we do know what the propaganda being spread was, and we know how much because 7 million. It's impossible for them to literally kill 7 million of their own citizens in the time frame of that. That you're talking about.
I said the
Okay,
gospel was preached around the world. Okay, around the world. Not
no. You're
saying
talking about
within that
martyrdom
one
now.
place that there's
You're
7 million
talking
people.
about. Hold on. No.
I never
We are
said within
talking
that one place.
guest, you are talking about martyrdom. I'm telling you that we know how many were not killed. We don't know how many were actually killed. Okay, the numbers that you're getting are from the early church fathers who, during the prosecutions and the persecutions, had to make up a number to justify their religion, which is what they did. No Roman census law, no Roman kept numbers on this. In fact, we have great scholars now who are writing on the martyrdom of early Christians, including, by the way, one of the most fantastic books of this last decade by called the Myth of Martyrdom, and it was written by an Oxford scholar who herself is a Christian, and it was one of the most mind blowing books that you will ever read because it dismantles the very early propaganda that was spread by the early church to tell us that millions of Christians were dying, when in fact there were Christians being killed, but it was sporadic and it certainly was not in the millions.
Okay, you don't know the number, so you can't say.
Hold on. Yes, I am admitting you I don't know the number, but I sure as hell know it
Okay,
wasn't
so
7 million, and sure as
let's
hell know
leave
it
it
wasn't 7
alone if you
million.
don't know, my friend.
No, hold on. I told you
You
that
can't
we
make a
don't
claim if
know.
you don't know.
Yes, hold on. You are misrepresenting what I said. I said I don't know what the actual number is, but we do know what it isn't. That's the difference. We know what it isn't, but we don't know what it is. So, for example, we know that it's not in the millions, but we don't know that it might be 100,000 or 10,000 or 50,000. That's the
You don't
point.
know. You don't know, my friend. You don't know.
And you don't know either. That's the point. You're getting your sources. Well, actually, I don't know where you're getting your sources. You probably pulled that number out of somewhere, right? The
You
only
already mentioned
sources
where
we
I got the
had.
source, so stop right there. You already
Hold on.
mentioned where I got it.
Okay.
All
Guess.
right, so let's just stop right there.
Hold on. Name me the church father that gave you the 7 million number. Please do it. Because I
I don't have the
guarantee
name. I
you,
don't have the name
yeah,
of the church
you don't
fathers,
have the
but I'm
name,
telling you the
but
church
you don't.
history.
No, you don't
Okay,
have
we're
the
getting that from
name.
church
You
history,
don't have
and
the name
you're
because you
also
have
getting
never
your stuff from.
read the church fathers. That's the problem. You got it
I'm not
off
gonna memorize
a
every
college.
single. I'm not gonna memorize every single thing.
Well, maybe you should if it's part of your argument.
My argument is about Jesus Christ. I don't know. You just end up coming
No,
up here talking about.
your
We're supposed
argument
to talk
now
about
is
one. We're
about
supposed to talk
martyrdom.
about one thing about the temple being destroyed. You made your point, and now we're talking about
And
people being unalived.
because you brought up the fact, well, no, you brought that up. I didn't bring that up. I talked about the Roman Empire and how the Roman Empire didn't convert overnight and it took 300 years because of X, Y, and Z. And then you brought up the fact that millions of people were being killed. And why would that happen? Parker brought up the fact that people die all the time for what they believe in. And I brought up the fact that your basic number, the basic fact that you stated, is incorrect.
Okay, that's your claim.
Yes, fact check my claim. Please do it. Please. I ask anybody in the
Okay,
chat. I ask you
you
to
don't
fact
believe.
check my claim.
You just said you don't believe the church fathers. That's okay. You
No, I
don't
didn't
have to.
say no.
And
I didn't
I
say I
don't
don't
believe
believe the church. I said
you
I
don't
don't.
believe the church history. You don't believe in the church history.
I
I don't believe
no.
in
I am
what you're. I
skeptical.
don't.
I am skeptical of all ancient history because all of ancient history is not actual history. It was meant
Right. So
to
then
have.
it is possible that it's true.
Oh my God. You're not listening to what I'm saying. Historians can tell you what something isn't, but they might not be able to tell you what something is. Does that make sense? For example, I can tell you that the city of Troy was a real thing. What I can't tell you is how many Athenians fought within that battle. See what I'm saying? I can tell you that something happened, but I can't give you details of what happened. Does that the point? So yes, martyrdom happened. But what I can tell you didn't happen is that millions of people died. And we know that because in some of the provinces which these people were being killed, they did not contain millions of people.
Okay, that's okay. I hear you. What you're saying.
Yeah. Okay. Because by the way, look up the name of the persecutions. You had the Diocletian persecution. You had the persecution under Nero. Look up how they did it. Did Nero himself go out and do it? No. He told his governors to do it. Okay. Well then, did the governors actually do it? No. Only some governors did it. Okay. Well then, did those governors record who they killed? Yes, some of them did. Okay. Then let's measure that, and you get nowhere near 1 million people.
Okay, that's what you believe. That's what you believe. But we know for a
No,
fact
I
that the
don't. No,
church
no,
was
I
being
don't believe that. I
persecuted.
accept that. I don't know. I don't believe it. I
Okay, you
accept it.
accept it. Good, you accept what you believe. All right.
What?
I
No,
believe
no,
I
I don't
believe that
believe
the
it. I
church
accept
was
it.
persecuted. I believe the church was being persecuted
Yes,
and
give me the
Christians
evidence.
were
No,
dying.
no, I'm asking you to give me the. I've given you evidence. I've named you names. I've given you names.
Okay,
I've given you
very good.
periods of
Very
time.
good.
Give me your evidence. All
You're
you stated
you're
was a number.
you are my evidence because you just said it. So there you go. Let's stop
I'm.
right there.
Yeah, I'm your evidence because I literally have given you the contra
Okay,
evidence
good.
to your claim.
And I'm okay. And I said is okay. I said you believe what you want to believe.
I
What's
don't
wrong with that?
believe it. I accept it. I do. I
You
accept the
believe it.
theory of
You believe
evolution.
it.
I don't believe.
You just said it. First of all, you
No,
have to
hold
believe
on.
it. Believe it.
Because no, saying I accept it because my opinion is open to change. I used to believe that many people were martyred under the Roman emperors, but once I started studying the scholarship, then I realized, oh, history tells us otherwise. And guess what? I changed what I held. I accepted a new claim, and in the future, I am willing to update that idea
Right.
to
You're
accept
being
a new claim.
right. Right. You're being blown back and forth by any wind of doctrine that comes along.
No, no, I'm willing to change based on new knowledge. Something that most
By
Christians are
your
not
own
willing to do,
words.
by the way.
By
No,
your
not by my
own
own
words.
words, by
You're
data,
being
by
blown
science,
back and forth.
by the study of history. You know how we form our knowledge.
Yeah,
I mean,
and science changes too as well.
thank God it changes because that's how the method progresses. And if
Right,
science didn't
right.
change,
So you're
if
being
science
blown
didn't change,
around. You're being blown around all over the place, and by whatever doctrine comes along.
no, I'm not being blown around like I'm in the second circle of hell here or
Our
something. I
beliefs
mean,
change with the evidence. Yes.
Right. So that means you don't believe in anything,
Now we believe in the
no,
evidence.
I believe in
and the
love.
evidence
I
is
believe in
constantly
things that are
changing.
immaterial. I think
The
love,
evidence is constantly changing. That means you don't have any
that's a
grounds at
good
all to
thing.
stand
No, that's a
on.
good thing. That's a
That means
good
you're
thing.
lost. You know, that's called lost.
Oh,
You're
I'm not
lost and you
lost.
need
Oh,
That
God
means
in
brother.
we're
your
getting
life.
a better grasp of the world around us.
No, okay, no, let me tell you exactly an example, okay? I accept the theory of evolution by natural selection. Why do I accept it? Because all of the data that we have from multiple areas of research over literally hundreds of years tells me that this is true. I accept it. But am I willing to change my opinion on the theory? Yes. Why? Because new data can come in that overthrows the old paradigm. That has already happened. For example, Darwin proposed certain mechanisms for evolution. Okay, that held for about maybe 40, 50 years. And then a guy in Russia came along and developed this thing called genetics. And then we had to
Here,
update our data. See
but
how that
here's my
process
problem.
works?
Here's my problem though. Try and think about this one. Who's the one that gives you all these information? Every country have a government, and every government is in control of what you learn. right?
I mean, from K through 12, maybe, sure. But after that,
No,
then I'm
everything
the
is
arbiter of
governed.
my own.
Even
No,
the things
no,
on TV is
no,
governed.
I work in a university. I
Science,
determine what I.
science is paid for by the highest bidder.
It is not. It's paid for. I mean, no. Well,
Come on,
science
man.
can be
Don't
paid by government.
please,
Science
please
can
don't
be
say
paid by
no.
government.
Please don't
Science.
say no.
Quiet. Hold on. Science can be paid by government, but it's also paid by grants, by donors, by funds from major universities. That's how it's funded.
Right. It's
But
paid for by the highest bidder. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That means
paid for by the highest bidder.
whatever you believe is according to the person that wants to run the show. Whatever they're paying to
Why don't you
teach, that's
hold
what
that?
you're
Wait, hold on.
learning.
Why don't you hold that to your own Bible then? Because you don't read the Hebrew or the Greek, I'm assuming. You
I
read the
do, and
English,
that's
right?
why. Wait,
You
that's
read the
why,
English,
my
right?
friend. Hold on, my friend. Hold on, my friend. That's why we have. That's why the Bible is just not one book. It's a whole bunch of authors
No, 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 no,
saying,
no. That's
"Hey,
not the point I'm making. That's not the point I'm
this story."
making.
No, no, no.
Listen to the
Can I
point.
finish?
No,
Let me
you
just finish.
interrupted me because I was making a point. I
Okay,
was
so
making
then
a
you make
point.
your point, and then I'll make my point.
Okay, you do the same thing apparently that I do because you don't read the original Hebrew Greek. One, because we don't have the original Hebrew and Greek. But even if we did, you don't read that. You read translations made by committees of higher up people stretching back for centuries, and you accept that as the word of God, not the original, which, by the way, is already lost. So you do the exact same thing. You accept the word of men in high power, people like King James, for example, right? People like Wycliffe, people like the NIV committee of the 1950s. You accept those men as being arbiters of the right translation, right?
Can I go now? Can I speak?
Well, okay, I guess don't answer me, but sure.
All right. So you said that we don't have the original, but the way the Bible has been preserved, we
It's not
have
been preserved.
thousands. Listen, my friend, can I speak? I didn't interrupt you. Okay.
Actually, you did, but okay.
No, I said I let you go and I kept quiet, and then I asked if you were finished.
Go ahead.
So the Bible has been preserved. Now we have thousands and thousands of manuscripts. For instance, when the disciples were writing letters, they would send it to multiple churches. And we have, even without the Bible, there's over 1 million notes with quotations of scripture that you could put together and make a Bible. That's without any Bible at all. Okay. It's been preserved for generations. And that is what we go by. And also, we have the Holy Spirit from the Lord Jesus Christ, who he sent the Holy Spirit when he went up to make a place for us, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that Holy Spirit testifies to what's in the Bible. That's how we know. We don't take every single leader that comes along and tell us, hey, believe this and believe that. That's not how it works. Like I said, the Bible, the Bible didn't create Christianity, right? The death the death and resurrection of the Lord Jesus Christ is what created Christianity. We're not going by the books. We're going by an event that happened.
Okay. One, we don't have the originals. Anybody will tell you that. Second, all the texts that you mentioned, the thousands of texts, they came 5, 6, 700 years later. That they were written, they were copies of copies of copies of copies. Look at a chart. Thank you for the hand art. Even the most conservative evangelical scholar of the Bible, they produce graphs for you that shows you all the manuscripts. Right? There are 0 manuscripts from the first century. There's very few from the second, some from the third, more from the fourth, a lot from the fifth, a lot from the sixth, and it goes up over time. So most of your manuscripts are from later on, well after the time of Jesus, well after the establishment of the church. Okay, that's second. 3, you talk about it being preserved in the notes, in the scribal, like with 99 or 97% accuracy. Okay, that's an apologetic claim. Okay, that's a claim by examining the words and cross-referencing them with all known manuscripts. The problem with that is they are including manuscripts that are written 600 years after the originals. So of course that is going to be in agreement with those scribes. Of course it is. Okay? You cannot compare anything to the autographs because we don't have the autographs. Okay? Show me, literally, Google or anything, show me a first century manuscript of the Bible. Hint, you won't find it. It doesn't exist. Okay, second century, yes. Our P52, that's our earliest. Wonderful, but it's the size of a freaking credit card. Okay, so you're not going to get anything from the early centuries. All you're going to get is the later centuries. So
Yeah,
your
the
manuscript evidence is not good.
P52 is essentially the note card they give you that you can cheat on the test with.
Yeah,
They allow you to cheat on the
yeah,
test
like.
with.
Well, I mean, yeah, he's right. It's literally from John. It's like John chapter 8, I think, and it's like 2 verses, and that's all we have. That's our earliest, by the way.
Okay, so we also have the Old Testament, right? And everything in the New Testament is in agreement with the Old Testament. Even without the New, like I said, you don't even need the New Testament.
Well, one, Jews disagree with you. Two, the Old Testament was not codified in its official form until around 8 or 900 A.D. in the a Masoretic text. So before that, we have
How is
no.
the Jews going to disagree with me? If
Because
we're
the
reading
Jews
from the
don't
Old
accept the New
Testament.
Testament. The
No,
Jews
the
don't
Old
accept the New
Testament.
Testament.
The Old Testament talks about Jesus. It's prophesied about Jesus.
They don't believe
And they're
that.
even looking
They
there.
don't
Yes, they
believe
do.
that.
And they're looking for Jesus coming back. So they do
Jews don't
believe what's in
believe
the
that
Old.
at all.
Wait, I have
Jews
one
believe-
So they don't
question.
believe Jesus is
I
coming
have one
back.
question.
They don't. The Jews don't believe Jesus is coming
No,
back.
Jews believe that he was a
Yo, that's
common
crazy.
criminal. Jews believe he was a common criminal. Are you kidding me?
The Jews believe Jesus. The Jews are waiting for
Yes.
Jesus
Do
to
you
come
know
back.
where? Okay, hold on, bro. Do you know where the root of anti-Semitism comes from? Literally comes from the fact that they were deemed to be Christ killers. Hello, the modern foundation of anti-Semitism rests on the fact that the Jews were responsible for murdering God, for literally killing God, and then denying that he was God afterwards. Look up all the pogroms. Look up the Holocaust. What was Hitler's motivation for blaming the Jews in Mein Kampf? Hello, he tells
Do
you
you
that they
know?
murdered his Lord.
Okay, right, okay. Do you know that they claim that they have the Messiah here now? The Jews.
No, they don't. They're waiting for the Messiah. They're
So,
still waiting. And
there
by the
you
way,
go. You just answered you just answered your own question. You said they don't
they're
believe the
waiting
Messiah
for
is
the.
coming back,
Oh
and now
my
you're telling me
God,
that
bro.
they're waiting for the Messiah to come back. Holy
Oh my
smokes!
God. Yes, they are waiting for the Messiah, and they think
Good.
Jesus
And where
is
did they
not
get
that
that idea
Messiah.
from? They got it from the Old Testament.
Yes, they got it from the Tanakh. What's your
So what
point?
are you talking about? You literally just told me that they don't believe in that. Now you're telling me they do believe in it.
Parker, did I speak Spanish or something here? Listen to what I'm
Did he
saying.
not say that they don't believe
Listen to
Jesus
what I'm
is coming
saying.
back? No. Be honest. Did he not
Oh,
say
I
they
get
don't
it.
believe
Okay.
Jesus is coming back?
Guess. Hey, guess.
Don't lie. Don't lie.
Jesus does not equal Messiah. Messiah is a general term meaning anointed one that the Jews meant for their future king. Christians believe that Jesus was that Messiah. Jews do not.
And that's
That
what
is
I'm trying to tell you.
Judaism
The
and
prophecies, and
Christianity
I said the
101.
prophecies. I'm talking about the prophecies in the Old Testament. That's why I said we don't even have to look at
And I'm
the
telling
New
you that
Testament.
Jews
That it's
do
already
not.
in the Old
Oh my
Testament.
God.
It talks about the Father and the Son.
Jews don't believe that. Jews think Christians are crazy when they hear that.
So
Jews
they
do
don't.
not believe that.
So who's coming back for them then, if they don't believe that?
Oh Jesus. Oh my God. Okay. Listen to what I'm saying. Okay.
No, I already heard what you
I'm
said. I already heard what you said.
okay. I'm going to break it
But I'm
down
trying to
to
say
its.
that we have the
No.
Old Testament. My point is we have the Old Testament, that we don't even
Yes.
need the New Testament.
Yes.
Because you're trying to
The Old
say that the
Testament
New
predicts
Testament is
a
not.
Messiah.
You're trying to say the New Testament is not reliable, and I said we have the Old Testament.
Yes, and the Old Testament is just as unreliable in terms of its early history. Let's not even go there. Listen to what I'm trying to say. Okay, the Jews believe after King David will come a new Messiah, which literally means the Anointed One. It's a king. Right? It's a human king, okay? Jesus claimed, or at least in the Gospels, Jesus claimed to be that Messiah. The problem is Jews don't believe it. How do we know that? Because the very reason he was killed, right, was for being the king of the Jews, right? That is called treason under Roman law. He was killed for that. Okay, why was he called king of the Jews?
Listen, in the Old Testament, in the book of Psalms, chapter 30, it talks about the Father and the Son, and it talks about their
Yes.
divinity. Okay, so
I'm telling you,
how are you
because
telling me that there is no?
that's your interpretation of Psalm
How is the
30.
Father and Son an
Jews do
interpretation?
not, No, Jews do not believe that. Okay,
Oh,
go ask
well,
any Jew. Go to your local synagogue, friend. I'm telling you, you
you said
probably
ask
have
any
one.
Jew. Okay,
Yes,
okay, okay,
ask any
okay,
Jew.
okay.
Ask
Do
any
you
ask any
guess
Jew
who?
if
Guess
whether
who was the early Christians? Jews. Thank you. Thank
yes,
you.
but you can't ask them,
Ask
can you?
any.
I said
Oh, no
ask
Jews
any
don't
Jew.
believe. No Jews don't believe.
Okay,
The
hold on. Don't
early
be a
Christians
smart.
were
Hold on.
Jews.
Don't
So
be a
yes,
smart
they
ass.
have
I said
Jews
ask
that
any
believe.
Christian.
They have hundreds of
Guess,
thousands of
guess.
Jews who
You're being
believe
a
that.
smartass. You're being a smartass. You know exactly what I meant. I said ask any Jew. In order to ask, they have to be alive. Okay? So go ask any alive Jew
And
today.
they have
Any
Jews who believe that today. Holy
Yes,
smokes.
yes, and they're called Messianic Jews. I know they exist, but they are a separate sect of Judaism. They are not within Judaism. They are a separate from it. I'm saying go to any synagogue and ask a Jewish person, ask a rabbi whether or not they believe Psalm 30 talks about a Trinity. And guess what? Your answer 100% of the time is going to be a big no.
All right, listen, guys. I love you guys. It's been a good chat, but I gotta go. I got some things I gotta do. I would love to come back on here and talk some more, if it's possible.
Sure, man. Sure, man.
You
Appreciate you
guys
coming
take it
on.
easy. I
Okay.
love you guys.
Bye. Bye,
Peace,
guys.
Yeah,
man.
bye.
All right,
Appreciate coming on, Matt.
Parker, that was fun. I appreciated that. Thanks for having me on. I'll talk to you later. Okay.
I'll see you later, bro.
Yep.
All right, everyone. What's good, everyone? Well, welcome back. How's everyone doing? We're back, everyone. We're gonna go on to the next person. Again, if you like my content, follow me if you haven't already. There's a Kit Kat cereal. Yeah, there fucking is. You didn't know that? Now you fucking do, okay? Now you fucking do. All right, we're gonna go on to the next person. Again, if you like the content, follow me if you haven't already. I appreciate everyone so much. Let's get this next person up here. Kit Kat does need to sponsor me. So real. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 24.
Do you believe in God?
I do. I never used to, but I do believe in God now for the past like 4 or 5 years.
Okay, so why do you believe in God?
So I was real. I would say like I was brought up religious. I was baptized like after being born. I was confirmed when I was 15, and then after that I was like, yeah, no, I'm not gonna just like have my beliefs like pushed upon me type thing. You know what I'm talking about? Like my parents and like family just kind of were like, hey, like this is church, etc. And like I didn't want to put my faith in anything that I didn't believe in, you know, from having substantial experiences that made me believe in a God of a certain name or anything. Like I believed in like, you know, greater power type thing, but I was like refused to call it God. I was very stubborn type thing. I would say that like I was very open-minded, read a lot of spiritual
Yeah,
texts.
so like I'm asking, how do we know it's justified, like your belief?
How do we know it's justified? So I'm not saying that like I have proof that is like physical that I can say, hey, every single person can look at this and every single person's going to agree. But I think that there's been so much subjective experiences that people have had that has been documented for so long that like maybe God comes to people in different ways. I don't necessarily think that God's presence always comes to people in the form of, you know, the same religious understanding, because I think people are going to perceive God in different ways. So if a person, you know, perceives God through getting really connected to like their inner energy through meditation, I still think that like, you know, maybe they don't know.
So let's reference this. So like if you're saying like spiritual experiences with God indicate that this particular God exists, well, the issue with that is other people have spiritual experiences where they conclude that it's a different God than the one that you believe in. And that contradicts your particular religion. I appreciate the confetti. Thank you so much. So how do we know whose conclusions to accept from the spiritual experiences they've had, you or them?
So I'm like way more, probably than the average person. I'm way more just like open-minded to that, you know, people can have different interpretations and different understandings of, you know, if we want to interchange the word God with the word energy, for instance, like if you break things down into quantum physics, quantum mechanics.
Wait, do you believe in one of the Abrahamic religions?
I'm not familiar with that.
Like, do you believe in Christianity, Islam?
Yeah, I would say that like the form of, you know, I was very stubborn against it, but I would say that the form of God that came to me that I was actually like kind of stubborn against was you know, Jesus and like kind of the typical Christian.
So you believe in Jesus right now?
I do, yeah.
Okay. I appreciate the sunglasses. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. So, how do you know that Jesus exists? Like in terms of like created the universe, like as Jesus being God?
So I could get into like my subjective experiences, or I could tell you, you know, something that, for instance, like doing research that I've heard that, you know, paints a very good argument for the existence of Jesus, if you want me to do that.
No, I believe, okay, that's what I wanted to clarify that with the end of the statement. I believe that Jesus existed as a human person, not as a God.
Okay. Do you believe that Jesus, as a human person, performed miracles?
Mm-mm.
No. So
No.
this is something.
If we're looking at historical evidence, we're looking for the most probable thing to occur. What are miracles? The least probable thing to occur.
Yeah,
so the least probable thing to occur couldn't possibly be the most probable thing to occur.
Exactly. Like miracles are definitely not probable, correct?
No, miracles, we just wouldn't accept this historical fact, right? Because it is the case that they are the least probable thing to be true when we're looking for the most probable thing to be true when it relates to history.
Okay. So like in history, say that there's, you know, throughout countless different cultures, countless different accounts, there's, hey, these different miracles happened, and, you know, different people describing them over many years, right? So if these things that are being described that happened are very low probability events, like you, the odds of you performing one of these things or me or somebody else performing one of them in today's world are very, very like low probabilities. Do you know what I mean?
Like us existing?
No, like existence, you know, I'm not getting into that. I'm just saying, like, let's just say that I went out and I walked on water right now. The probability of somebody just doing that in today's statistics of like how often that would be like a public event that people can record and, you know, observe and write down and say this happened. That's a very, very small.
It's an unlikely claim, right? Whereas like if I told you earlier I ate a Kit Kat cereal, right? Yeah. Like, would you believe me?
I would believe you because at Walmart, like a couple weeks ago, I saw like the most.
Yeah, it's like pretty likely that I could have something like that, and it's not a claim I would really lie about. So like there are different types of claims where we'd say we probably need to check more to see if that's accurate, as it's probably less likely to happen. And miracles are one of those things. If someone makes a claim that they walked on water, how do we know that to be true?
Exactly,
it's unlikely to happen.
We don't know. There's a certain level of I don't know. There's a certain level of like connection to something that like can't be explained in order to like believe that, and that's like where you know people say faith.
That's
like,
called the God of the Gaps fallacy. So essentially, what you're doing is saying because something is unexplained, right? We require God to explain it. Just because something's unexplained doesn't mean it's God. We did the same thing when it relates to the water cycle in the past. We said what's causing the sky to rain is God, not a naturalistic process, right? Because it is the case that it's unexplained at this time. Well, once we have an explanation in accordance with like the water cycle and how that operates, now we don't require a God to explain why there's rain.
Yeah. So so this is like kind of difficult because I've like experienced, you know, personal subjective things, obviously, that have made me have beliefs, right? Which are obviously not proof. Okay. So
no, but did you see, you heard my point earlier, right? Like, yeah. How do we accept the conclusions formed from your spiritual experience, but not the conclusions formed from Prophet Muhammad's spiritual experience with Angel Gabriel, or Joseph Smith's spiritual experience in which he had a revelation from God?
How do I confirm they're the same experiences type thing, or that?
Yeah. How do you accept your conclusions from your experience, but you don't accept their conclusions from their experience?
I never said I didn't accept their experiences from their conclusions.
No. You don't accept their conclusions because they contradict your belief.
No, I do accept I accept everybody's subjective experience that they've had to be what they believe it was. Like if somebody has an experience of God or whatever it may be, something happens to them that contradicts my own beliefs, I do not for 1 second like go and say that their experience they had did not exist or that it wasn't real. That's what
I didn't say it experienced and exists. I said the conclusions formed.
Okay. So
I'm not even disputing. I don't even need to dispute the experience. All I have to dispute here is the process in which you form the conclusions from the experience. Because the point would be is that you accept the conclusions formed from your experience, but not from their experience. I'm asking what's the process in which you cannot accept theirs, but you can accept yours.
I feel like I accept other people's processes for their experience as well, though. You know what What do you?
Well, then you would be accepting a contradiction, right? Because the Quran makes claims that Jesus did not crucify on the cross. You believe Jesus did crucify on the cross. So it is the case that both of them cannot be correct simultaneously.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I understand what you're saying. So I think that like what I would say as to that is like if somebody believes that he did and somebody believes that he didn't, right? Like I think that the bottom line is like whether it's a world where, you know, you choose to believe in God or you don't, or, you know, whether he exists in your world or he doesn't exist in a specific individual's world or not. Like those two perceptions of this happened or it did not happen do not like disprove or prove the existence of God. It's what like that person believes that, or they, you know, they think that that's what is real. And the other person thinks that the other thing is real. Neither of them disprove or prove that he is real, if that makes sense.
Okay, so if you just have a belief, it doesn't disprove or prove, so you have no justification, so why do you believe? The same way that if I believe that, like I could believe that under this notion, it would be justified for me to believe that the Tooth Fairy created the universe. Because it's just based upon my faith.
Yeah, I would love to hear some like evidence as to why you think the Tooth Fairy created the universe.
So you require evidence. The evidence would then be the spiritual experience. The spiritual experience, how do you accept the conclusions from one and not the other?
The evidence could simply be you explaining a subjective experience that directly made you feel that it was the Tooth Fairy that made you feel certain things that are like...
People have come into my life, told me they had an experience that made them feel like Odin was God.
Okay.
Right? Odin from like Norse paganism.
Yeah. And where did their like experience directly correlate with Odin specifically?
It was like some like particular type of bird or something that is like only specific to Odin or something.
Okay.
It was an experience and having an experience with Odin, right? That like confirmed this because he asked for it and he prayed for it. So it's the same type of way that you would reference it within the context of Christianity.
Yeah. I want to say,
are you saying that it would be justified to accept this?
What's that?
Are you saying it's justified to accept Odin created the universe?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that I believe that maybe like people's belief in something, depending on what that is, could potentially get them further or closer to the source or God. I think that your belief potentially could get you, and maybe the different practices that a person have could get you further or closer.
Okay, but if you're not saying it's justified to believe in this based upon that experience, why is it justified to believe in your God based upon that experience?
I think if that person wants to believe in Odin and that gets them closer to the actual God, and whether, you know, the actual...
No, this is what they believe the actual God is. Are they justified in believing that?
I think that for all I know, God could, like Odin could be a part of God. It could be a smaller part of the actual God. Odin could be a
you believe in?
God. Huh?
Where in the Bible does it indicate that at all?
For sure. Like we only know so much about like the stories of Jesus Christ, but like the God I believe in that like sent Jesus Christ is...
Dude, come on, bro. Come on.
What do you mean?
They claim that they're the only God, right?
Here's the thing. Oh, okay.
There can't be another God.
Well,
your belief is literally that this is the only God. There can't possibly be another God. That doesn't make any sense.
I believe the God that I believe created everything. And if the God I believe in maybe potentially created other gods at some point in history that, you know, there's been stories about.
What is a God? What is a God?
What is a God? That's something that's like the whole purpose of your TikTok.
No. How do you define God?
That's a subjective definition, I feel like.
Yeah. And how do you define it? I asked how you define it.
Okay. So the God I say that I think there's proof for, that I believe in, okay, if you want me to define that in that way, I would say that if you break down energy into the quantum mechanics, quantum level, and you like literally get to the point where like Einstein and like physicists from the 1900s did research on, okay, right? There's a certain spot to where you can take an atom or you can take like energy and you can smack it into something else, different energy, right? And then you can separate those things by miles across the earth. And you can do something to the one cell or the one atom, and the exact same reaction that
appreciate the fall. Thank you so much. I'm confused. Again, I'm asking about the God.
This is getting to God. This is getting to God.
Okay.
Because people are always looking outwards for God, but like maybe you can look and find God inwards, and you look really small into the smallest things in the universe and find God that way. Okay, so this isn't how I found God. I found him through a subjective experience I had, but like all the, you know, I'm very open-minded, like I said, and I like to learn a lot of things. And, you know, this is one of the things I learned that, in my opinion, supports the theory of God. So you take energy, you take these atoms and you split, like you connect them. They never were connected before. And then you separate them by miles and miles across the world. And then you do something to one of the atoms, like that's separated, that's no longer with the original group that it was with. And the one that's further away, that's not getting like electroshocked or stimulated in any way, has the exact same reaction. They're no longer connected in any way. So that has proved by scientists, by literally the smartest people in the freaking planet that we know of. It's proven that energy, like time and energy and like connection within energetic anything, basically within all matter, is connected in a way that we cannot even perceive. It's like there's relationships and connections between all living things and all energy that it happens so fast and so quickly that there's like, it's like unfathomable how connected that things are, basically, is what they've proven. And the only way so basically that points to the fact that everything is energy. So my God, like I believe in a God that at the source is.
How does that point to the fact that everything's energy, one? And then two, you're just talking about the notion in which there's entanglement. I don't know how this entails a God. I don't think this has anything to do with a God existing.
Think about this.
Right? Are you just saying because there's something that we don't fully know how to explain?
You were asking me my definition of God. So if I look at that, you know, the quantum stuff, and I correlate that to God, right? If God is what people say he is, unfathomable, like unbelievably powerful, capable of creating everything as we know of and more, right? That has to be coming from a source of absolute, pure, unfathomable energy that connects everything that we know of.
I just asked for a definition of God. That's all I'm asking for, bro. Please, come on. Can I just get the definition?
That's what I'm saying, is that God is literally unfathomable. It's hard to create a definition for something that is unfathomably beyond our understanding.
If it's unfathomable, how'd you have a fucking experience with it?
Because it's everywhere. God is everywhere, dude. He's in every single energy and matter.
Okay, if it's everywhere, is it in the chapstick?
Yeah. God created.
Okay, so this is God.
There's matter. That chapstick is matter vibrating, and that like started from God sending that vibration, that energy.
So God created this. Okay, again, I'm asking, can you define what God is? I appreciate the gamer cat. Thank you so much. Because you said God could have created other gods. I'm asking you, can you define what God means? God means the source of all creation. The source of all creation. So how can God create another source of all creation? That doesn't make any sense. When he existed? What? What do you mean? How can God create another source for all creation? Because wouldn't he be the source of that? Yeah, God, like I would say that too. God is the source of creation. So God cannot create another source for all creation because he is the source. God can create, like, just as you are a person and you can create whatever you want to, God did the same thing. He was himself and he decided he wanted to create. He created everything that we know of. No, you're not listening. You're not listening. He can't create other gods because he cannot. You said God is like the source of all creation. He can't create another source to all creation because he is the source of all creation. Appreciate the Gus the Groundhog. Thank you. Yeah, I literally agree with what you just said. He can't create another source of all creation because he is literally. So then, how'd you say that God created other gods? Because, dude, God is everything, even including ideas. Like, people believe in another God. That's God too. Like, literally everything is God at the same time as God could be, you know, pinpointed into, hey, I view God in this way because this is how I get closer to him. People can have their own subjective relationships with God. Everything is God. So, dude, God is in everything. So you could say, is poison is poison God? No, but poison is energy. So is poison a part of everything? Yeah, the hand art. Thank you. So if everything is God and poison is a part of everything, then poison is God. I mean, I'm not like. For all I know, yeah. Like, for all I know, bro. Like, I'll go. God is poison. Like, is God leukemia? Huh? Is God leukemia? I don't think that God brought disease into the world. No. Is God? No. You remember, God is everything. Leukemia is a part of everything. Therefore, leukemia is God.
I think leukemia is a part of the creation that God started. I don't think he intended for leukemia to be a part of his creation.
Okay, so God isn't everything.
No, he is, but some of the things that he is,
But he isn't.
He allowed free will, and he allowed people to sin, and he allowed for things to be just.
Wait, no, okay, so he allows for all this free will. Do you believe in Noah's Ark?
I believe that that's a story that, like, for sure, totally could have happened. Yeah.
Do you think that God flooding the earth and killing everyone on earth except for Noah's family, do you think that that took away free will?
Yes, it did.
It did. So God doesn't care about taking away free will in that circumstance. So why didn't God take away the free will of Schiller, of P3DOs that grape children, or of child sex traffickers?
That's something that I actually wonder about a lot. Like, I wonder why there's a lot of horrible things going on in the world, such as, like, you know, neurotoxins being put in water, cancer.
Yeah, if God doesn't care about taking away free will as he did in the past, why doesn't he take away the free will of Schiller, who killed tens of millions of people?
Wait, what? Sorry,
if he doesn't care about taking away free will to save lives or to make the world better, why didn't he stop the Holocaust from happening? Why didn't he stop World War II by unaliving Hitler? By taking away Hitler's free will?
I believe that if I was, like, more connected with God, that maybe I would know that answer. Like, maybe some people have, like, a feeling that they do know the answer as to why he does interact and, you know, do things more than he does at certain times than others. But personally, like, I don't know why he did it. I just got a feeling that, like,
there's literally no reason under that point.
No,
right? That literally entails a contradiction, right? Because if it is the case that God can limit free will, then there's no reason as to why God would have not limited free will in this sense, as God has a preference against sin, and this is a sin, right?
So why not simply because God has free will of his own? So he chose to, because he wanted to. Why is that?
So God wanted sin?
No, why not simply God wanted to, you know,
God wanted the Holocaust to occur.
No, he didn't.
God wanted P3DOs to grape children. God wanted child sex trafficking to occur.
I never said once that at all that he wanted.
So God didn't want those things, clearly.
No, I don't think so. I think that
clearly
God
doesn't want those things. So if why didn't he stop these things from happening then? You're going to say free will, right? But again, he doesn't care about taking away free will.
In essence, like, there's only so much intervention that's going to happen without, you know, like, there's got to be some reason for it.
Oh, so it's just not enough? There's not a reason for it? There's not a reason to step in when 6 million people died in the Holocaust and multiple tens of millions of people died in World War II because of this individual?
Okay, here, let me step away from, like, morality for a second and, like, what's ethically and morality right and wrong, right? Let me just step away from that for a second to make a different point, if you're okay with that. So, like, at the essence of all creation or source or God, or, you know, combine them, maybe they're connected, maybe they're the same, maybe, you know, you can interchange these things because it's all so vague when you get closer to it. But, like, at the essence of it, right, it's at its basic, truest, purest form, like, it's essentially just creation of anything. It could be good, it could be bad, it could be whatever, but it's essentially just free creativity, creative energy of just light and anything, any possible combination of anything that could happen getting blasted outwards. So, like, kind of like Big Bang type theory type shit. But I believe that that's actually God, not just some scientific thing that happened in space. But that's my belief. But, like, I think that why
does our universe require a God?
Why does it require God?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it does, but I think that the universe has, like, I think that the fabric of the universe points to its existence, points to an existence of something that created this.
Here, I'll question that. Actually, I remembered where I was going with that. Let me ask you this question. If there were cops that saw a P3DO graping a child, should they take away his free will and stop him in that scenario from graping that child?
Wait, say that again?
If cops see a P3DO graping a child, should they stop that child from being graped? By taking away their free will? Like the P3DO?
What is P3DO? What does that mean?
Pedo?
Oh, like a pedophile?
Yeah, it's TikTok TOS.
Okay. Sorry. I didn't know about the terms.
So again, should they stop that from happening?
I think that should be stopped. I think that somebody stepping up and stopping something that is wrong would be an action of God acting and pouring through somebody. I think that that's God acting through someone, trying to make things better.
Okay. So, so you should stop. You should stop that from happening, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay. So if it is the case that you should stop that from happening, there are certain scenarios where people get graped, right? And it doesn't get stopped. How come God doesn't stop that? If God knows it's happening, can stop it as he's all powerful, right? And is all good, so would want to stop it.
I think that I think this is like a pretty, maybe a lot of people like disagree with this or say that like, it's wrong for me to like say I believe in God and like say what I'm about to say. But like, I think that for creation to continually evolve and expand, as I believe that is probably God's first intention, is to just create something and see what happened. Like just to create and see what his creation could do, what it turns into. That's what I believe like maybe God's intention was, is just to create something beautiful, right? And I think that
is God all knowing?
Yeah.
So does God know true facts about the future?
I don't know, because I believe that he created us in his likeness or in his image.
Wait, you don't know? So God's all knowing, but you don't know if he knows something?
I think if he wants to. I think if he wanted to, he could know the future, but for all I know, he doesn't choose to see it.
So God doesn't know it. So God's not all knowing.
No, he does if he wants to.
But he doesn't know it.
What do you mean?
Does God know it, or does he not know it?
Literally God is everything. God is literally
so God does know it.
I mean, yeah, if you're making me like definitively say it, yeah, like I think that it's up for reflection. Like that's not a
so God knows that these events are occurring. So God can stop these events from occurring, but God doesn't choose to stop these events. Did God do something wrong?
No, but I think that
no. But you said that if a cop saw Pete the Radio graping a child, right, and didn't stop it, that they did something wrong, right?
Who did something wrong? The person.
If a cop sees a Pete the Radio graping a child, can stop it, and chooses not to stop it, did they do something wrong?
Yeah, I think that.
They did something wrong. God just does the exact same thing. Did God do something wrong?
I mean, yeah.
So God did do something wrong. So we know that there are some individuals that get graped. God didn't stop it. So God did something wrong in that scenario. That means that your God doesn't exist, because there'd be a contradiction, because God is all knowing, all powerful, all good, and God did something wrong. So it would just be entailed that your God doesn't exist based upon the fact of the reality that these particular events occur.
Can I give you a theory?
Go for it.
So if I believe, like I said prior, God exists in everything, in everybody, everywhere, all the time, all knowing, right? All these things, right? So if he didn't stop it, like I still believe that that God is good. Okay. And I do believe though, okay, I know
even though he did something evil there, again, we're saying all good.
No.
All good means he always does something good. So you can't always do something good and do something bad. Or do you think it's good for him to allow it to happen?
No, I don't think it's good for him to allow bad things to happen at all.
Oh, okay. So if it's not good for him to do that, he did something bad. That means your God doesn't exist, because there'd be a contradiction.
No, I think that God created, okay, and then out of everything he created, other things happened. Things that maybe he initially didn't intend for. Maybe he knew they'd happen, but he didn't necessarily like want them to. But at the same time, like he created, okay, and then in this creation, he has a lot of things that, he are on like the side of good, that are on like, what he intends. Hey, I want good things to happen. I want to see what my creation of human beings, I want to see if, when given free will, if they can choose to not sin when there's sin everywhere, if they can choose to be good when there's evil everywhere, if they can choose to find truth and light when there's confusion and darkness everywhere.
Okay, so how about this? Why didn't God create individual humans and realities in which everyone around them doesn't actually exist? They're just NPCs.
Wait, say that again?
Why didn't God just create realities where you, right, me, right, we're in different realities and everyone around us is an NPC? That sin doesn't actually exist, right? It just exists in our own minds. We think it exists because of the reality that's constructed in front of us. Do you think that that's deceiving us? Do you think that God would be deceiving us if he did that?
It could be viewed that way, yeah.
So is God a deceiver under your view?
I think.
Are you saying that God is deceiving us?
No, I think that everyone has their free will to make their own opinion of what they think of God. Like, not. I'm not saying everyone has
But
to
again,
love.
you just said in
Not
the
saying
exact
everyone
same
has to love.
conditions, God would have been that would have been deception. So this is deception then.
Yeah, but there's something. Okay, so think about it. Like, and for instance, like, you know for sure that someone's going to like kill you. They're going to kill your family. Like, for sure it's going to happen. You have 100% definitive proof it's going to happen, and you know exactly who it's going to be, and you know that it's about to happen soon, and you know that you have the ability to basically take them out first before you get taken out. And that's the only way that it can be stopped from you and your loved ones dying. In that instance, like, you maybe need to take them out and do something horrible in order to do something that you feel is right because you're trying to like defend yourself. You're trying to like be, have protection. Like,
I'm not disputing the idea that like, for example, when you get a vaccine, right, it's bad that you have to go through the pain, right? But it's good that you have a greater good achieved from that. I don't think you're using a good example, right? When I get a vaccine, like I don't want, like if I'm giving my kid a vaccine, I don't want my kid to go through the pain of getting that injection. But that's going to be very, very important for them having immunity in the future so that they're not more negatively impacted by like other types of diseases. So again, that would be like there's some bad that it can be used for a greater good. Are you saying that this bad is necessary for a greater good?
I'm saying it's necessary for clearly whatever his plan is.
So the Holocaust is necessary.
It clearly must have been. Otherwise, it probably
must have been necessary. So God couldn't have created a better reality with so the Holocaust. So essentially, you under the statement, the Holocaust should have occurred. Is that your view?
I wish it wouldn't have.
No. Wait. That's your view, though. If you think that it's necessary, that it leads to the greater good, the same way that I think that you should get vaccinated, you think the Holocaust should have occurred. That's your worldview.
No.
You don't want to hold that. So you disagree with the idea that that's necessary and that's for the greater good.
Yeah, I don't think it's a good thing.
So it's not necessary and it's not for the greater good.
I personally have no idea how it.
So why did it happen?
Because there's things that happen that do not make sense, and that is okay. Not everything. No. It
needs to make sense when we are applying it to these circumstances. Absolutely.
I mean, when you're.
It doesn't make sense because there's a contradiction.
The problem is that, like, if you try to prove everything, like, you're gonna run into places where you can't go any further because we are human beings that cannot understand the complexity of what our experience is fully.
If we can't understand the complexity of our experience, then how could you use that to justify your God existence?
Because I can tell you that people have had so many experiences, and to the point to where people have sensed something that we've put the word God on it.
So you're saying our experiences are reliable in this circumstance, but in other circumstances our experiences are not reliable.
I'm saying that you take subjective experiences and you multiply them, and you have a million people that have the same exact or similar subjective experiences that can be relatable, but you're talking about something that also is unfathomable and hard to even prove or explain at all. But I think that
all of these contradict each other, though. That's the point.
I think that evidence, when added up, and people having things that, maybe we can't prove it like 1 + 1 = 2, but like that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It doesn't mean it's not real.
We can prove 1 + 1 = 2. That's a rational proof.
I know. I did say that. I said we maybe can't prove it.
Okay. So yeah, if we can't prove it, why do you believe in it? Because, like, for example, right, I would ask you the question: if I believe the Earth is flat, would you say it's justified?
I don't know. It's a different topic.
You don't know?
That's a different topic. Is
it justified for me to believe the Earth is flat?
I'm a very accepting person of whatever anyone wants to believe. It's okay for them to believe that. That's how I choose to carry myself. Because
it's justified for me to believe the Earth is flat.
Sure, I feel like that's fine if you want to believe that, because it doesn't affect anything negatively. Really, it doesn't affect me or anyone else's world in a negative way. So therefore,
it doesn't. It doesn't. I don't want to live in a society in which people think it's okay to believe that the Earth is flat. Right? That's fucking wild. We should be rational, okay? We should have thought process to confirm or disconfirm claims. If you just think that you can believe the Earth is flat because you feel like it, that degrades society because those people fucking vote. Yeah. Their opinions are going to affect legislation just as much as me.
But how do we?
If that's true, why the hell would I want them to have that type of thought process?
So how do we continue to live in a world though, and have like a world that becomes better if we continue to have polarity and we continue to like have people say, oh, you can't believe this, you have to believe this way. Like we cannot.
Wait, I'm not saying you can't. I'm saying you shouldn't, because it's not conducive towards intelligence.
Yeah, but that causes, well, I agree, but that causes conflict. Like those people, if they don't want to be conducive for intelligence, like let them make that decision. They can be in that category. And then like people that want to be towards more intelligence and they want to learn and grow their consciousness, like let them do that. And they're in that bracket, you know, it's like.
Yeah. So, you're essentially saying that let's let people believe in irrational things. I'm not saying legally speaking, you can't believe in something irrational. What I'm saying is that you should not be irrational.
If you tell them what you can and can't believe, then you're trying to take away somebody's.
I've never said what they can and can't believe. What I'm saying is that they shouldn't believe that because they should be rational. Well, I'm telling people you should be rational.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think the common.
If you believe you should be rational, then you should reject the view that you hold.
I can't, because I've had experience where I've felt the energy, the frequency, whatever, of God so thoroughly throughout my everything that I can perceive that there's no doubt in my mind that there's nothing more real than the existence of God. So like I can't change.
What made you feel that? That's exactly what it is. There's the feeling, right?
Yeah.
So why do we got to think? We got to use our processing, our rationality to process these emotions, right? How do we know that this is God?
Because followed up with the energy that I felt, and I can barely even describe how it felt. Okay. Like it made me cry. It made me feel all kinds of things. And I went from being in a completely stable state of consciousness and mind of just like kind of had a long day. I was tired. I was ready to lay down after work and just relax. I was completely stable. And I went from that to feeling the energy of God out of nowhere. Okay. Feeling like something without, like from outside of me, from within me, from all over the place. Okay. I felt something that was like undeniably like what created everything. Like it was literally just pure energy of everything. Okay. And like, it felt like it came from like, and this was at the point where I was like stubborn and didn't want to believe in God. Okay.
So again, how do you know that that was the case? You said it felt like that. How do you know it? How do you know that's what it was?
Okay. So after
it's just what you attributed to it, right?
Yep. So I had this thing, right? And then after I felt this, so for years prior to this, I've taught myself how to understand, like, you know, my emotions and what I'm feeling and thinking. Okay. So like if I'm feeling a way I don't like, I've taught my brain how to go, what are you thinking about? What you're thinking about is probably causing the feelings you don't like. So when I had this energy come to me, this feeling of like unexplainable, I don't even understand how to explain it, right? I asked myself, what are you thinking about that's causing you to feel this way? And the only thought in my mind was not even my own thoughts. It was literally the words, why have you never given me a chance? Followed up with the underlying impression of like it being God. Like no doubt, definitively, it was God. You just like paused and
yeah, sorry. No, my internet just like shut out for a second, but came back right away. I don't know what it was. So what were you just saying?
Well, I just saw in the comment like somebody saying that my explanation isn't justification, and I just want to say like I'm not trying to justify it. I'm just saying like if you guys wanted to hear my subjective experience, like this is what it was that made me feel definitive within myself that hey, I believe in God and I'm not going to change that belief.
Yeah. So again, so the point I'm making is that people have had these types of experiences and have formed these types of conclusions that are associated with beliefs in which contradict yours. Right. So if we don't accept their conclusions from their experiences, why do we accept the conclusions you formed from your experience when it relates to, again, these types of spiritual experiences?
I accept my own experience because it was an experience that I had. Like it was an experience that I had that I experienced that like that and in and of itself is good enough for me that it was real.
I'm not saying you didn't experience something. What I'm saying is how do you accept the conclusions you formed? And you're just telling me you accept the conclusions you formed because they're your conclusions.
Well,
The same thing could have been true for Prophet Muhammad. Same thing could have been true for Joseph Smith. Right? All of those people would have just said that they believe in their particular point because it's their own conclusions from their own experience.
The reason I had the conclusion is because I felt it forced upon me. I felt in my mind, I felt God literally telling me, why have you never given me a chance? When I went inside my head and said, why am I feeling this way out of nowhere? I went from calm to like stable to just.
And the same things happened for those different types of people who had those different types of spiritual experiences.
Yeah. Yep.
Right. So if the same thing happens for them, right, what tells you that your spiritual experience and your conclusions are accurate, right, but theirs isn't? Again, the conclusions form from the spiritual experience.
I'm not saying that somebody else's experience isn't accurate. Like if they had an experience and they're, describing it, like they're describing it the way that they perceived that it happened to them. And that's the best that they could do. They had an experience, they describe it. That's what they saw happened. I'm not.
See, what the issue is theirs can't be true simultaneously with yours being true.
Why? Like what?
Because they contradict each other.
So maybe
Prophet Muhammad claims.
So how about
not Prophet Muhammad? The Quran claims Jesus did not crucify on the cross. You claim Jesus did crucify on the cross. You can't say Jesus was crucified and not crucified simultaneously. You can't say that, right? That would be a contradiction.
But what if, so for instance, like energy is everywhere and things are in the same. So time, it's been proven that.
So are you Christian? Yes or no?
I would say I am, because
if you are Christian, right? Again, how could these two things be true simultaneously? Because
of this. Okay. It has been proven that the present moment and the future and the past are all here right now in existence in this moment. Like the future and the past and the present are all in existence in this very, very moment. And they can all be accessed at any time. Given the right perception, given the right frequency and the right perception of energy, any moment in time, any present, future, past are all accessible right now and they all exist. That's why, like, that's how, because there's like things can happen and it's like it's like hard to even like fathom how many potential realities and possibilities and way things can happen and why. And like,
okay, I'll ask you this question. Think about all the different possible realities that could have existed. Is there a possible reality where today I never sinned?
I would say that's possible.
Okay. Is it possible that tomorrow I never sin?
Yeah.
Is it possible that if I ask you that question every single day that I'm not going to sin today, would that be true? That if it's possible?
I think that's a possible reality.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that would also be true for every other person. They could ask the exact same question. So there's at least one possible reality from an infinite set of possible realities where each of us never sinned. And we did so freely. Okay. So if we freely choose to never sin, wouldn't that be a better world than the world we exist in here? Right? We'd have a world where there's free will and no sin compared to the world where there's free will and sin.
Yeah.
So since we exist in the world in which there's sin, that tells us that God prefers sin over no sin, all else constant, because free will exists under both worlds, which results in a contradiction, right? Because a sin is something that God has a preference against. So you end with a statement that God prefers a world in which God has a preference against, which is contradictory.
But I could literally create infinite worlds and describe them all in different ways and say God prefers this way, that way, all these ways. And
we know this is a fact, right? Because we know that God has a preference against sin, right? Because God describes that in the Bible.
Oh, we know that he has a preference against sin? Yeah.
So we can judge this for sure. We know for sure, right? Under your view. Okay. Again, there's a contradiction clearly here. God would have a preference for a world in which God has a preference against because there's sin in this world, right? But there's not sin in other worlds that could have existed. So God could have got rid of sin and still retained free will, but God chose not to. So God prefers sin over no sin. So God prefers the Holocaust, child sex trafficking, genocide, war, like all of that shit.
There's like some sort of like where if he would have stopped everything, like there would have been some sort of, interjecting with free will. I know that's like a, big topic and an excuse all the time.
This isn't interjecting with free will. Again, both of these worlds have free will. This is just a particular expression of the free will.
Okay. So you're saying that, the world where it happened that we lived in, and then like a hypothetical world or reality where that didn't happen, right? What about them?
Yeah. So again, right, God would have a choice between these two worlds. Both of them have free will. One of these worlds has evil and the other world doesn't have evil. God would prefer the world that doesn't have evil, right? So if God can actualize this world and we don't exist in this world, that would tell us that this God does not exist, as this would be expected to be the case. We would expect to see no sin.
I mean, that would be like, obviously everybody hopes and like wishes for a world with no sin and no like evil and hate. And
No,
that's
I'm not wishing. I'm saying we would expect to see this.
well, yeah,
Under
but
this worldview.
but there's no way that anyone could say why. There's no way that anyone.
No, we can. God's all knowing, all powerful, all good. God has the ability to know that this world exists. God has the power to create this world, right? And God has the preference to create this world because God is all good.
But if God is all
know
knowing,
exactly what God's preferences are and what they're not when it relates to sin.
Let me ask you something. If God is all knowing, okay, that means that he knows things that you don't know because you and me are not all knowing. So he knows things that we have no way of knowing. So therefore, our perception.
It can't know things if it doesn't exist. That's the point.
What do you mean?
It can't know things if it doesn't exist. A squared circle can't exist because there's a contradiction. You can't have four squares and zero squares. I mean, four sides and zero sides simultaneously.
Wait a second. You just said
corners.
You just said it can't know something if it doesn't exist. God. Okay. So right there, like, I feel like one big issue with you having any sort of, maybe new ideas being introduced to you to like, maybe you accepting new ideas for being possible is the moment you leave the word God, you said doesn't exist. Like you instantly form that conclusion. The moment you enter the topic of God, it's instantly doesn't exist versus, okay, God.
Yeah, there's a contradiction entailed.
Versus God is what? Like if you asked, hey, God is what? And you were like open to anything that you heard. And
I'm open. I'm open. Right. You could give me an argument, but this God does not exist based on the contradiction.
So,
right?
So just out of the God.
Thank you so much.
The God of like Christianity or out of text, for instance. Okay. So like I saw a video and like, I'm not saying this is like, I didn't like fact check. I didn't look at my sources. I can't even give you a source. I saw a video, okay, but it was pretty entertaining to me. It was pretty like, shocking to me. We were talking about probability earlier. So this guy was talking about all of the different accounts and people predicting what Jesus would do, like hey, the Messiah is going to come, what Jesus is going to do, etc. And they predicted however many miracles, like, I don't know if it was 30 something. I'm not like super well versed in Christianity because my connection with God is different than, everyone else's. Like everyone has their own unique relationship with God, whether they believe in him or not, So like this guy, he was talking about it. He said that, okay, there's this many miracles that God or that Jesus will do. And this will basically, it just said like this is what he's going to do, and it was very specific things. Like somebody, like it said like this person is going, it said like this bank teller is going to rob you in your own home, like just like very specific weird things. That's not what it said, but you know what I mean. All these specific things that were going to happen, these predictions that they predicted hundreds of years, thousands of years beforehand, and then later on, this man called Jesus that you said you believe he was a man that he existed, right? He existed, and then there's stories and accounts from all these different people from all over and all these different sources saying that he performed not just one, but every single one of these, like however many, like approximately 30.
Yeah. So if there was a book that claimed that 500 people saw a floating pig, would you believe that there was a floating pig?
I believe that the probability like kind of speaks for itself. Like
yes or no, would you believe the floating pig?
Well, I wasn't really done like talking about this or explaining this video though. Like I wanted to at least explain the end quick. So the guy has a friend or some guy that he knows in his life that is like a professor, has like a master's in probability and math and stuff. And he said that the probability of somebody completing like, one of those miracles or one of those events that was predicted hundreds of years prior was like 1 in 500 something. Like it was pretty ridiculous. But then like the more he goes up, it literally gets to the point to where if anyone were to complete any one man completed all 30 something or whatever of those exact specific things the probability of it happening are like one in like way too more than you can even fathom the number. And there was somebody that did that.
If you know, it's crazy.
How did he do that? How did he do that?
Unironically, a critique to your worldview. It's so unlikely to happen. How could you ever accept it to have occurred if it's so unlikely to have occurred? That's actually a critique to your worldview.
Because
that was a self-refuting point.
Okay, so it's because I believe that God is capable of anything. I believe that.
I understand that you believe that, but that's a faith claim.
Yeah.
So you have faith in something that is so unlikely to occur.
But how? Okay, but tell me, for instance, how could all of this exist without God? Like explain for me, prove to me the existence of
how
no
could
God.
This, again, I can say I don't know how we came here. I don't know how we exist, or I mean, like what led to our existence, right? I have no clue, right? But I know it's not your God because there's contradictions. Okay.
What are you saying?
I can rule out that it was you as an explanation. Like, for example, right? If I had a conversation with my sister and something happened, right? And we're like, oh, we both forgot what happened, right? I know it wasn't that a unicorn came down from the sky, right? Mm-hmm. And said, oh, hi, how are you doing today? Right? I know that didn't happen, yet I forgot about what particularly happened. Does it make sense?
Yeah, I hear you.
I can rule out some explanations, even though I don't know what the explanation is. So if I don't know what led to our existence, I can rule out the fact that that was the explanation because there's a contradiction.
So if you're going off of what your senses can perceive with logic, I 100% agree with you.
That's not what my senses can perceive. I'm observing the facts, right?
Yep.
The same way that if I observe that the color behind me has some black, blue, like.
So what are you doing? You're using your senses. Right? You're using your eyes. You're using your logic. You're using your mind. You're using your human sense.
So I'm using my mind to perceive or observe a fact of reality.
Yes.
Right? And you already believe that we already believe that our minds are reliable in doing so. You have to assume the same process. However, because you have to be able to access the information from God. Right? You might do so through divine revelation, or you might do so through the Bible, right? Which is essentially still divine revelation, right? But that still relies upon the assumption that your senses are reliable in receiving this information.
I mean, to an extent.
So we all assume
I'm a human and I have flaws.
This is an axiomatic basis for everyone.
No,
that our senses and common sense are reliable.
I disagree. I cannot agree with the fact that you could say that most people can rely on their senses when people that are very, very intelligent.
I'm saying
proven that our senses
in general, typical things, like when it relates to seeing something in front of you, right? In general terms, say seeing like this water bottle. I expect that most people in the chat will be able to see that this is a water bottle.
Yeah, that's fair.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Right? Like their senses are reliable in believing that this exists because I just showed this to them.
Mm-hmm.
That's essentially the claim.
Yep. But you look at what that water bottle actually is on a subatomic level. It literally is just atom. It's literally just atoms
and
energy. And yeah, we can all perceive.
Wait, I don't know if that's considered energy, but
it is.
And well, I mean, it depends on what you mean by energy, but
it's been proven that
that's just like semantical. That's what I've realized.
Even time has energy. It's been proven that you can affect the energy of time. It's proven.
Yeah. How are you saying through negative energy?
No.
Okay.
I mean, I don't
know. Right. Yeah. So,
like light affects it. Space, any other energies in the universe affect the energy of time. Anything that time touches is also the things it touches are also affecting time itself.
Do you believe in Adam and Eve?
I'd be pretty. I mean, yeah. I think it's pretty crazy that we have a story from that far back. Like
you do believe in Adam and Eve. So, are you a young Earth creationist?
I don't know what that category is. I'm not.
How old do you think the Earth is?
I don't know. I don't like to throw myself into categories, and I don't like to be super definitive on things. Like when I come on,
you don't know how old the Earth is.
Like it's, huh?
You don't know how old the Earth is.
No, because I mean, with all the different conflicting evidence and like people saying that it's this old and that old and all these different people. It's kind of difficult.
There's pretty much a consensus amongst many different communities.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
There are
well,
many different methods that they use to say 4.5, 4.6.
Feel free to educate me. Like I like to learn things, you know? How old is it?
Yeah. So you can look at like the half-life of particular things like lead.
Okay.
To see that like within the context of the earth. Right. So there are particular methods we can use like that. There are also other fields that come to it through like different types of methods, through like their dating methods, like but generally, typically speaking, when people are talking about creationism, they're talking about the Bible verses that talk about the multiple years being like each 1,000 years, right? Or each days each being 1,000 years. So they generally go back like 6,000 to 7,000 years. Some I've heard say 12,000. So okay. That's why I was like asking about that.
I mean, like, dude, like the basis for me believing in God being like kind of placed into like Christianity or like Jesus and like the Christian perspective of God is simply because like the subjective experience I had like pointing me that way, and then immediately following that, I had one after another person come up to me like literally every other day for probably a month straight. Several times a week, somebody would come up to me out of nowhere, unprovoked, random places, random situations, and talk to me about God. And they were always talking to me in, you know, the Christian context and terminology of God. And it was immediately following this.
You live in the U.S.?
Go ahead.
Christian
I do live in the U.S.
It's because most people are Christian. There you go.
But why did that happen like almost immediately following that? Why did that happen? That I started getting these experiences of people randomly approaching me because
you're looking for them. Like when someone goes and buys a Prius, it's subconscious. When someone goes and buys a Prius and they're driving around the road and they see more Priuses, are there more Priuses on the road now because they see it more?
Yeah. I don't think but I don't think those two statements relate because I was very
no. So it is the case that they see it more because they notice it more because they have one.
I wasn't trying to notice it more though, and my perspective wasn't.
You don't have to try to notice it. It's just because it was like you heard something. Like you ever hear something in class and then you see it later in the day? Well, it's still the case that in other days you probably saw that word. You were just less likely to like think more about it. You know what I'm saying?
I get what you're saying. You're not wrong. I will say that before I had this experience, I was like open-minded and like, you know, kind of looking for God. Cause like, you know, I was like, hey, like, I don't, like, there's no proof he exists. And as far as like, you know, I was at the point where like, I was like, okay, if God exists, like he's going to need to come down, be glowing in light and tell me like, I'm God. And I'm going to have to literally just see all of his glory for me to be like, yep, you are. Wow.
There's some legitimacy to like saying that like God should have wrote the Bible himself. If God came down to the earth, why would God leave the message that he's trying to give to human beings up to the unreliability of human beings? Why wouldn't he have written the scriptures himself on something that would never degrade?
I think
so that we could know it's God.
I will say this. I think that the experience that we're having as human beings is not necessarily designed to be easy. I think one of the reasons it's so challenging and confusing is because through that confusion and challenge and through the sin and darkness, we actually like get smarter. We become more intelligent and our consciousness becomes higher levels. Like you have to experience.
But we could have got that intelligence and that knowledge without going through the experience, because God has the intelligence and the knowledge without going through the experience. So it's possible, like logically speaking, for God to have that. Well, it's also possible for God to actualize that and other types of entities.
It's possible for him to just straight up give it to us. Correct. I agree with that. I will say this though. I've learned in my own life through, you know, experience in life that like somebody can teach me a lesson and I can take what they say and to heart, and I can, you know, accept that truth and be like, yeah, I'm going to apply this and I'm going to not have to learn it the hard way. Or I can go through life and I can learn things the hard way on my own, and I can get a much more thorough understanding of those lessons and of what it took to get to that new level of enlightenment or understanding of what I was previously struggling with. So I think that maybe potentially God...
You're talking about the gaining of knowledge.
Yes,
And
exactly.
again, this knowledge can exist without the experience.
100%.
So we don't have to go through the suffering
Yes,
in
but
order
I
to
think
gain
that
this knowledge.
So what I'm saying,
The same
though,
way that God writes morality into your heart.
I agree.
You
I
didn't have
agree.
that knowledge through experience. You had that knowledge because God gave it to you.
Yes, but I think that clearly it points to the fact that God must value the experience itself. He must value the experience to get into that enlightenment and to that
So
understanding.
God values the pain?
He must value.
God values the pain. Matthew, thank you so much for the Venmo. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
I will get his complete time.
The 1800s.
Thomas Arnold lifespan from 1795 to 1842.
So that's your one source?
No. I mean, we got ones from way earlier than that, where actually wrote in pigskin that talked about that were actually a Rome individual that actually said that that Jesus died.
What is the modern consensus about resurrection right now? In terms of historians,
based on who?
I'm just talking about the consensus. Like what do most historians say? Modern historians.
I would say that for me, I would say that people have they believe that there's more of a faith factor because they want.
Okay, so we just have faith that Jesus resurrected.
No. I would say there's a because you want an honest answer, so I'm giving you one.
Okay, sure.
There's an honest answer saying there's a large portion of individuals that will say, well, that's almost impossible, and so it's not true. And yet there's people that, again, were even atheists, or people that were historians, that are archaeologists. There were all kinds of individuals that then, after studying so much, they actually then decided to believe. I mean, we have Henry Bedinson from London, and he actually, again, comes to the same conclusion. I can use a lot more.
Did you answer my question? I'm confused.
Sorry, go ahead.
Like, what do most modern historians believe about resurrection? Do they think it happened?
I would say the larger percentage of historians. Actually, let me do a look on that. And who's deemed to be a historian to you?
Who's deemed to be a historian?
No. The length of a historian.
What? The length of a historian? What do you
Okay,
mean?
you can be a historian in how long length period of time? Percentage of historian believe Jesus rose from the dead. All right, and that would be 2/3.
2/3 think what?
Academic. So I mean, right now it says that, but the 66%. It says, but of American historians. So I could look in Google. We're looking at Google stuff. That's not a great source. But so yeah, depending on where you're gonna go to your sources on that.
Yeah, so most don't believe that it happened. So
Well, I just said 66%. That actually would be more than.
Yeah, don't believe it happened.
No. The 66 did believe in American.
They did believe that it resurrected.
Yeah, 66%.
Give me the source.
I just gave it to you, and then I X'd out of it, man.
Bruh.
No, I'm dead serious.
Bruh.
Bro, I'm serious.
Let's look up do historian. Let's see what first comes up on Google. I want to see if what you just said comes up. Believe Jesus resurrected on the cross. Let's look it up. Resurrected.
I even said
Why do I say on the cross? What's wrong with me? Or where'd you even get it? Was it from
I even told you, I
where?
know I said it to you, and I said it's not that great of a source because this is Google. That's what I said to you.
All right, well, we can look at that. Marvin is actually coming after me today. I appreciate the flying wish. Thank you so much. I
was
appreciate
even
it.
like looking at my computer, and that actually gave me a little bit of like a jump. But,
Okay, all right. So like we've gone through we went through the problem of evil and we went through the perfection based argument, right?
yeah, we went through both of
Yeah,
those
so
things.
I think
But
that the
what
belief
about-
ends in contradictions. Like
So-
realistically speaking, I'm not joking. Like I realistically, if I wanted to, I could accept resurrection occurred, and it actually like literally doesn't even justify Christianity, right? Because it could be the case that aliens caused a resurrection to occur, right? To perceived humans, then
Yeah, because there's
aliens caused that, right?
there's
Is that a
individuals that have
possible
gone to look for his
explanation?
bones, and then they've said they haven't been able to find it and things like that. So people could say that the disciples could have stolen it and all those other things. So I mean, there is a portion.
No,
of,
no, no. I'm just saying that like there's other types of explanations. We could then ask the question, which one would you say is better in terms of explaining that? We could say that, right? So, I mean, the point I'm already making is that there are contradictions entailed by this particular worldview, right? This God cannot exist under this particular depiction.
So you said it's impossible.
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
contradiction.
Okay, and
Like it's
what's-
impossible for a squared circle to exist.
that has nothing to do about God. A square circle.
Well, that's a contradiction. I was just comparing contradiction.
Okay. I think what I'm going to jump to on there with you is you asked the last individual and he kind of dropped the ball when you said, okay, if there's a good God and let's default, right? You said, hey, let's say that Christ did rise again. Let's say he's in heaven and all these other things. Let's say God does exist. But if you have a good God and you have good things, then why aren't all these good people? The biggest source of, and I'm sure you've actually read the Bible, even though whether you believe or not, that's fine. I do believe you've actually at least read it. But one of the biggest sources of this is the fact that Christ specifically is asking and consistently, even to Thomas, and I appreciate you listening, that he said to him, better those who believe without seeing. So if God, a perfect God, wanted to go and just make it so obvious for all of us to know that he exists and that, that Jesus died, rose again, and everything else, if he just wanted to make it so easy, he could have. He literally could have. But yet he chose to go ahead and not, because he said, better are those who believe. He wants us to trust in him and have faith rather than just handing it to us. Does that make any sense?
See, but then the issue is that there's nothing that separates that belief from any other belief that exists. So how can I be held accountable for something that I'm essentially randomly guessing?
Just repeat yourself. I do apologize.
How could I be held accountable for? Thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate Haley. Thank you so much. Held accountable for believing in something that I literally am just guessing is true. Essentially, It's like there's all these different claims, right? And if I'm just using faith, I'm essentially going like this one, right? Or like whatever one I'm born into believing. That's essentially what it would be.
So I think the biggest thing about that is actually that you would, I believe, if you actually chose to have the faith, again, I'm going to use part of the scripture because, he says, hey, if you have faith, then you can move mountains. But I can also say that, I have faith, yet sometimes when I want things to get done, it doesn't automatically happen. Because I'm a human being and, I don't want to have epilepsy. I could have faith and say, hey, I want my epilepsy to be gone. But, the Bible, what God tells us is Paul wanted something removed from him. And he said, my grace is sufficient for you, for my power is made perfect in your weakness. So sometimes we're like, oh, well, if there's a good God, then why isn't everything good on this earth? Well, he literally answers the question right there for it. He wants and he's begging and he's trying to have us to say, listen, I'm in control. I'm the one that created it. He yelled it down to Job. He came down in a whirlwind and said, listen, who are you to doubt me? I'm the one that created all this. Yeah, you might have something that not go so great for you, but why are you questioning me? If I can create this earth and I can do all these other things,
Why can't he just fucking explain? He's an all-knowing, all-powerful, all-good God. Just give us the explanation.
right?
Tell
And
us.
yeah, and that's why he tells us.
Appreciate the night. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
And
Why
that's
give us a
why-
book that doesn't give us the explanation?
Yeah,
That doesn't make any sense.
And my answer to that is because he says strongly in there, again, not only to Thomas, but for by grace you saved through faith, and that not of yourself, that's a gift of God. God literally is saying, I'm giving you a gift, you, me.
But that doesn't answer my question about how do we know which claim to accept? There isn't. It's literally just a random choice. I'm random number generating whether or not I'm saved.
Yeah. And so when I'm going to answer that is by saying that, how do I know? I think if you actually were to, with a sincere heart, if you were to go and accept him, what the Bible explains and what and I'm not going to go through a fancy, experience kind of a thing. Thank you for the subscription. Thank you for the heart. Thank you for the rose. Greatly appreciated, guys. I'm just going to be I'm speaking on your behalf. That an amazing God that does all of those things, that's willing to, send his son, that yes, there is a way of, you're going to see those, steps of, he said, once you're saved, once you do believe, the old man will fall away. So maybe those desires, those things that you've had, those everything else, and then the new man comes across, and people like to say, oh, well, as long as I have faith, then poof, everything's great. Well, he actually says, if we are going to have faith, then we're going to have the desires of what's called the fruits of the Spirit. So, and he says, by your fruit, he will know them. He will know them that believe. And what is the fruit? The fruits of the Spirit is love, joy, peace, long-suffering, gentleness, goodness, faith, meekness, temperance. Against such there's no law. He's basically saying, if you're changed, if you've become faith, without him coming down and like, bam, smacking you or doing whatever, in your heart, you're actually going to be like, wow, I actually want to choose this now, or I desire to do this, when before I wouldn't have been doing. And now you are going to recognize a difference that wasn't before, and no one forced anything for you to do.
So you see how this is all in accordance with like you recognizing something, but the point is that you could have had this knowledge without going through the experience. We've already established that earlier. It is possible to have knowledge like this without having experience. So I don't understand why this is necessary, given that God can already write morality into our hearts, or give us knowledge in which we didn't have to experience things.
So he calls himself a shepherd, right? Are you're aware of that? I don't want to be rude, but he calls himself a shepherd, and I am one of his sheep. And some of us choose to walk away, do the wrong things, doubt, question everything else. And so even though it could be easy, right? Yet he actually then goes and has to use that rod to bring us back closer to him. And you're like, well, if it's a good God, well, why would he do that? And for me, I'm going to say that I accepted Christ as my Savior as a child. And I made that as my personal choice. And I desired for him to, and I as an individual chose to be baptized and everything else. But then out of nowhere, when I was 21, I went unconscious, transferred to 5 different hospitals, and almost passed away because of a virus called viral encephalitis. I had epilepsy, and I started questioning God. And I'm like, God, why'd you do this to me? Like, I have all this faith in the world. Why would you do this to me? But now I have literally and I still have epilepsy, by the way. So nothing was, removed from me. But yet it caused me to stop being as a cocky person that I was and a model and travel and blah, blah, blah. made me have a closer relationship with him than I did before, because I made the choice to go and say, okay, I need to humble myself and stop being a cocky person. And then I need to ask for his help rather than just go and say, I got it, forget about him. And when, go ahead.
I'm confused with the point you're trying to make is.
I guess I'm trying to say, like you said, well, if there was a good God, he would have already done this. I'm like, okay, I've been on both sides of it where, okay, God was good. I had a great experience. But then I've also been on the other side of, I have a good God, but yet I had to go through a hard time. And yet I still am strongly on the side of, he's still a good God.
Okay. I see issues with that. Is there anything else you want to talk about or add though?
I mean, I would talk so much more if you are still not believing, because I want you to, but at the same time, I'm not going to go and force anything on you, right? Because that's not fair. But we went over the universal
I don't
moral
think
law.
there were accounts for the contradictions that were outlined. So I mean, that would be relative to whether or not I would be able to believe it. I have to be able to rationalize it.
So what about the claims of Christ can be experienced where you're not a million miles away from God? Like there's other things in, that we can go through, or, I mean, there's other portions or things that can be discussed, but at the same time, I do want to be respectful of you and what you're doing. And I'd love to challenge you or not challenge, I guess I'd almost send you a Bible if you'd let me, because
I have a Bible.
You do? Awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. I mean, I think the most important thing is for just, I guess we want, it says prove that God exists. There's a lot of times that, even in the scripture, people had to go through hard times and God didn't just poof show up. So I'll use this last thing and then I'll get out of the way for someone else to talk. But God allowed a lot of struggling scenarios for people like Job or like Joseph.
Wait, can I
like,
ask you one question? Do
yes.
you believe in Noah's Ark?
Yes.
Okay. So do you believe there are babies that existed at that time period?
There was far more individuals than the ones that went on the ark. Yeah.
So were there babies?
I mean, can I say that there was actually a baby? I cannot say yes or no, but I can tell you that there was adults, and I would assume maybe there was kids.
Yes.
I mean, but
so
that's
there were
an
clearly
assumption.
babies.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
There were clearly babies, as there was babies throughout any point in human history, right?
Yeah. So I'm saying.
Okay. So if there were babies, right, that means the flood killed babies. Did those babies go to heaven?
According to what the Bible says, the answer would be, it depends on age and stuff, but the answer would be yes. If they had no...
okay, so if they go to heaven, my question is that why can't we just all go to heaven right away?
Yeah, so because you and I, as we grow up, obviously, just like you go from one class to another, you have become smarter and smarter and smarter. You have more knowledge. They
didn't have to do that. They were babies. So
okay, but at that point, when they're babies, they did not able to have the full capacity of the knowledge of making that choice to accept or reject Christ. They were so young, little, they couldn't even talk and walk and think in that aspect. Whereas you and I are having even a discussion about this. So where you can think and choose to not have faith in him, then he says, then depart from me, for I never knew you, you who practice lawlessness. So that's what he said one day when we stand before the Lord. That will literally be exactly word by word what he will say to you, and I don't mean to say you, but to people that choose not to believe in him. But if you're so young, you actually can't, then he's not. That's why why do you think he allowed, when everyone was in Egypt, he only killed the young child and everyone else. He didn't go and just like murdered all these other things, the ones that automatically weren't just poof going to hell. Do you see the pattern that he did?
No, not really. I'm really confused with your point, man. I don't know how that.
You asked me a question. I just answered it.
Can you explain to me how that answered my question?
Sure, that God, you said, okay, why is that a bad thing? And I said, it wasn't actually a good thing, that they simply don't have the knowledge, so they are in heaven. You said, well, how
they don't have the knowledge, therefore they're in heaven. Okay. So none of us had the knowledge before we were put on earth. Why didn't we just go directly to heaven rather than going to earth?
Okay.
See how
No. Just repeat it, because I remember I've gone through 5 brain surgeries, so literally half of my brain was removed. So forgive my.
Oh, you're good. So like my point is that we didn't have to go to earth then, right? If we have no knowledge, that means that we go to heaven, right? We have no knowledge before God puts us on earth. Why didn't we go to heaven? Appreciate the following for you. Thank you so much.
So if we had no knowledge, and like if you, let's say you're a mom child chooses to kill the baby before it officially is born or something like that, then that child's going to be in heaven. But you and I have a knowledge, and at that point we're held accountable for the choice that we choose. Like am I pretty direct and clear about that?
I understand you're saying we're held accountable for the choice that we choose. I get your point with that. I'm really confused how that was answering my question, though.
So make your question very clear again, so I can hopefully answer it better.
I don't really know. Honestly, I kind of forgot the question at this point.
I was going to say, then how am I not answering that good enough?
No, I literally know that you didn't answer it, but I completely forgot. Though I think it was, I remember. So I was asking if you have no knowledge, that means you go to heaven, right? If it is the case that, you have no knowledge, prior to you going to earth, wouldn't you go to heaven?
So if you had no knowledge, so you're basically saying if like you had no knowledge about like God, or had no brain basically at all, if you were almost a vegetable, is that what you kind of act?
No, this is prior to us existing. Remember,
okay.
Like the idea is that at that point, right, we didn't have any knowledge, right? Because we haven't existed yet. Yeah,
we didn't exist.
But God knows of our existence. Okay, so the idea is that God knows that we have no knowledge at this point, therefore would have put us in heaven, right?
At the time, but then when we're born as human beings, and as you and I would acknowledge that there's sin on this earth, we're born as a sinner. And because, that's why when Christ he was put into Mary without, he was.
So did God make us a sinner, or are we sinners ourselves?
Yeah, seriously, that's a really good question, and I love answering this. So because God has to allow, the difference is he allows us to make personal choices. So when he allows you and I to make the personal choice, he simply, when he created the garden and the Adam and Eve, all he did is, instead of saying, hey, you're forced to live on this garden for the rest of your life, you have to just basically be here because everything's perfect, they wouldn't have had a choice. They literally would have been just eating and standing there and petting some animals, and that would have been it. That's all that would have happened. But they wouldn't have had a choice because they would have been forced to be there because they had no choice. So God said, here, I'm giving you a choice. You can remain here. However, if you do this, then there will be a problem. He had to give people a personal choice.
Wait, why can't I just choose right now to go to heaven? I want to go to heaven right now. Send me to heaven.
Okay, so that's where it says, for by grace you're saved through faith. And are you saying
but that's not direct. That's not direct. That's not like actually giving me a choice. Like, let's be real here. Because I don't know that to actually be true if I have faith that it's going to end up happening. So it is the case that if I was given a legitimate choice, me saying right now, I want to go to heaven, I should just directly go to heaven, right?
No, if you want to go to heaven, I mean, that's just people saying, I don't want to go to hell. That's what they're basically saying. I want
Clearly,
to.
I think anyone would fucking say that.
Well, no, and I think that's fair to say, and so that's where the man on the cross, when he said forgive thief, they know not what to do. He didn't deserve it, right? He didn't do anything different. He did it his last moment, but yet when he did that, he acknowledged Jesus as God. He acknowledged that he was a sinner, and he acknowledged that he didn't deserve it. So there's a difference between just saying, give me a free pass, and going and saying, I have faith in you as God, and that I'm recognizing that I don't deserve what you're willing to give me. That's where the faith kicks in, and saying, because like for me, if I were to go and I were to stand before the Lord, and he goes,
Do
why
we
do you?
remember my issue with faith, though?
Okay.
The issue with faith is that there's no way that I can distinguish between any of you then. Someone believing the tooth fairy created the universe, that's just as legitimate as you believing that Jesus did.
That's just not as legitimate, because
If it's based upon faith, it is. Right?
No.
You have to then appeal to a different standard.
Okay, no, hold on. But because remember, you acknowledge that Jesus did live on this earth, correct?
Yeah, but I don't believe Jesus is God.
Okay, so, but if you can believe Jesus did, then so you can already then say, okay, if I already believe Jesus did exist on this earth, then okay, I am going to look into, just like whether there's historians or the archaeologists or all these other aspects that can say, okay, I want to spend time to study further to see if the Bible or other things, if this is a truthful book. And then when you come to a conclusion of, if you believe it is a truthful book that may have an error because it's been transferred by, all of these different times. However, like the gentleman tried to explain, the uniqueness of something that was written in the Old Testament. They talked about Jesus, which was going to be coming thousands of years later. And yet when Christ came 1,000 years later, just like, hey, there's going to be cast down a specific amount of silver coins and stuff like that. And that's how he's going to be betrayed and everything. Jesus wasn't the one that actually gathered the coins. It was chosen by the Romans that wanted to kill Jesus. But yet that exact amount was predicted all the way in the Old Testament, thousands of years before that.
The exact amount. Can you tell me what scripture did?
Yeah, let me go to it. Thank you.
The exact amount.
Yeah.
And then also, was this something that they knew about and then they could reproduce because they knew about it?
Say that again.
Is this something that they knew about and they could reproduce because they?
Okay, 30 pieces of silver.
30 pieces of silver would have came when? When did it say?
So in 30 pieces of silver is what Judas betrayed Jesus for. And in math, so I'm going to do the Old Testament and the New Testament. But in the Old Testament, that is what states that is the exact amount that Jesus was going to be betrayed for. And then in Matthew 26 verses 13.
Hey, wait, what verse did it say? Like the one you just said with 30
pieces of silver. Do you want to do the Old Testament or the New Testament?
I'm asking what was the prophecy?
Yeah, hold on. Let me get back and I'm going to give you this.
Yeah, so this would be like the biblical narrative, right? Where do we see that the 30 pieces actually happened? Was it's still in the Bible?
Well, actually, the Romans were the ones that actually have it, and what's his face has it in his book as well. So it's in Zechariah 11:13, Jeremiah 19:1-13, and Jeremiah 32:6-9.
So
all three of those are in the
Zechariah
Old
what?
Testament. I'll give you the exact. I'll give you the verse is again. Okay, so hold on. Okay, you can go to Exodus. I'm giving you Exodus 21:32. Actually, hold on.
Wait,
Sorry.
so actually, by the way, if we're taking Exodus,
I didn't mean to say this one. I'm trying to get to the other one. The significance, Zechariah 11:13, and they said, "Lord, throw it to the potter in the hands of the prince of the."
yeah, so the 2132 is just saying if the bull gores
Yeah,
a
no.
male or
That one's
female
not.
slave, the owner
Yeah.
must pay 30
Okay,
shekels of
fulfilling
silver.
messianic prophecies. Okay, yeah,
So I think
Zechariah
that it refers to 30 shekels of silver a lot.
Zechariah 11:13.
Zechariah 11:13. And the Lord said to me, "Throw it to the potter, the handsome price at which they valued me." So I took the 30 pieces of silver and threw them at the potter of the house of the Lord.
So
So
they
the
were
handsome
saying
price in which they valued me.
me,
The potter.
Jesus.
Who's the potter?
That's Jesus.
No, who's the potter?
He's the potter, we're the clay. The Bible says that too. Do you want me to show you that verse?
So God is essentially saying, throw it to me.
And then you
Throw
can
it
also
is that what God is saying?
God
Throw
no,
it to
God,
me, the handsome price at which they valued me. That doesn't make any sense.
they're saying the value of killing me. So okay, look at Jeremiah 19, 1 through 13. Or here, Jeremiah 32, 6 and 9. That's the easiest
Why
one
don't
for you.
we Jeremiah? Okay,
Jeremiah 32, verses 6 through 9.
6 through 9. All right. Jeremiah said, the word of the Lord came to me, Hananiah, son of Shalom. Your uncle is going to come to you and say, but my field at Anath. Okay. Then just as the Lord had said, my cousin came to the courtyard. Since it is your right to redeem yourself. Okay, this isn't to say anything.
I'm trying to go to this other portion as well. Jeremiah.
It says 17 shekels of silver.
Hold on, blah, blah, blah.
I knew that this was the word of the Lord, so I bought the field of Anath for my cousin Hanamel and weighed it out for him 17 shekels of silver. Okay,
Yeah.
man, I think you should go look for the verse and then maybe like DM it to me or something like that.
I'll DM it to you. I'm
All right, man.
sorry that I'm not giving that
No,
to you
you're
right
good,
now.
man. I appreciate it coming
There's
on
probably
that.
like a zillion people that already put that on there. But I will say this portion of there is there's other things specifically stated as far as prophecy in the Old Testament and the New Testament. Like, you know, what we're going to take before and the new and stuff. So I will DM it to you, but if you could just do one thing for me, because I made it clear, and I'm not going to ask you to do, you know, anything fancy, but I have a thing and it says fact. I did a little thing and it says facts, and it actually uses, I have five specific things that was asked to be done in the Old Testament that facts wise you can look into that they did take place. And then it did take place in the New Testament that Jesus did. And then there's actually an individual going over the probability of that actually factually happening. So would you be, I mean, I'm not asking for the world, but would you be
Appreciate that
willing,
mustache. Thank you.
would you be willing to take that like 2 minutes to watch that?
Yeah, if
not,
you'd like to send it to me, I'll go through it, man.
All right. I will.
All right, man. Appreciate you coming on.
Yep. Thanks. Bye.
All right, we're going to go on to the next person. Again, if you like my content, follow me if you're already everyone. Tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes. If you want to help get it out to more people, keep sharing the live. Let's try to get to 2,000 shares, everyone. Or I mean, to 1,000 shares, everyone. Let me go to the next person. Again, only send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, old enough to speak about God.
Are you 18 plus?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
Old enough, let's just say that.
You gotta be able to tell me. I'm sorry, but it's TikTok TOS.
Old enough.
All right, we're gonna go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you disagree. We're just looking for some debates, everyone. We're gonna go into the next person. Okay, for some reason it's not accepting this person. We're going to go on to the next. Again, only send a guest request. If you disagree, everyone, keep tapping that screen. We're going to try to get to 1 million likes, everyone. Keep tapping that screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, we're going to go to the next person. I don't know why it's not getting people up here. Give it a second, everyone. We're going to get someone up here very, very soon, everyone. Just give it a second, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What up, my nigga?
How old are you?
What?
Oh my gosh, bro. We're going to go into the next person. Only send a guest request. If you disagree, everyone, tap that screen. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, probably about 53.
Probably?
Probably,
yeah. Do you believe in God?
Well, the thing is, you said something earlier that kind of surprised me, and I just wanted to see if you could take a minute or two to clarify it. It sounded like you were saying that maybe you might believe in a God that is not of the Abrahamic religion.
I don't believe in a God, no.
No. Okay. I just want to, because I kind of do, whatever, but not Abrahamic. But anyway, you're great. Have a great one.
For sure. Appreciate you coming on. We're going to go on to the next person. Only send a guest request. If you disagree, everyone, we are just looking for some debates, everyone. We're just looking for some debates. Keep tapping that screen, everyone. In the meantime, let's try to get to 500,000 likes, y'all.
Oh, yeah.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
That don't really matter, but you're kind of a joke, dog.
Are you 18 plus, man? Can you please just tell me?
Yes, I am 18 plus. You're a joke, dog.
What's your birth year?
Embarrassing.
I have to make sure for first because it's TikTok TOS. How old are you?
04.
Okay, for sure. So, why am I a joke?
You're a joke because you do this every single night. Like literally every day. Like, what do you do with your life? Like, do you have a job?
This is my job.
Bro, you're a bum.
What does that mean?
Bum. What does that mean?
Yeah.
You're a bum.
Can you tell me what that means?
You don't know what bum means?
Yeah, can you just clarify the usage of the term?
Why would I search up the term? You're a fucking bum.
I just asked you to clarify the usage of the term that you used. So, would you like to clarify the usage?
No, it's kind of funny that you're stuttering right now. Like, you're actually embarrassing because you're a bum, dog.
Can you tell me what that means?
You sit on TikTok. You probably make no fucking money.
Appreciate it, Elephant. Thank you so much. How much money do you make?
More than you. You sit on your ass on TikTok.
How much money do you make? I just want to ask.
Bum.
I just want to clarify.
More than you, bro.
You're 04, bro. How much money do you make? Appreciate the hand art. Thank you.
You're 04, bro. How much money? Why the fuck does that matter?
Wait, you were just trying to argue that like I don't make any money. I just want to hear how much money you make.
Dog. You literally are a bum, a joke, and you're embarrassing.
So can you tell me why though? Why I'm a bum?
Tell you why you're a bum? I literally just said why you're a bum. You're so fucking annoying, dude.
Because I go online and I debate
you sit on TikTok
on my own job.
To say, prove to me that God doesn't exist. Like,
prove to me that God exists.
No, shut the fuck up, dude, and let me talk. Like, who the fuck sits here and says, let me do this shit, and let me do this shit, and I just want to start Ultimate. Like, shut the fuck up. Oh my fucking God.
Are you like joking? I'm confused, dude. This is like the worst I've ever heard, bro. It's actually kind of like very cringe, dude.
It's cringe? No, you're fucking cringe. You're embarrassing.
How am I embarrassing?
I just explained.
I don't know. You're angry right now in front of 3,700 people. Like, I pissed you off enough for you to get so emotional on the live. It's great.
That's awesome. I think it's great too that you're a fucking joke and a bum.
So you have no argument? Why are you so mad?
Because you do this every day. Like, you're just a bum, dog. I
do debate people every day. Do you go to work every day?
For what reason do you debate with people every single day? Tell me why.
Yeah. So I think it's important to influence people to be critical, to think critically, because that impacts how people vote in society and impacts, how society functions. I think it's really important to educate people on different types of things and keep them open to debates. I appreciate the handout. Thank you so much, as that's like the very basis for there to be progression. So it's a great way for people to learn. It's entertaining, right? There's many reasons why we come on.
It's not really entertaining. It's kind of embarrassing that you just sit here and you fucking prove to me that God doesn't exist.
Then how come you've seen so much?
What do you mean?
How come you're in the live? You waited in the live in my box for so long.
No, I didn't wait. I just requested and you actually accepted my request.
I accepted you right away. How long have you watched my live?
It was like 3 minutes. Not even 3 minutes. Like
you've only watched my live for 3 minutes overall, and you're this angry?
No, I've requested.
I'm gonna give myself a pat on the back, dude. That's a great one. In 3 minutes, I pissed you off that much when I'm just calmly talking to people?
Pat on the back right now.
That's wild. Pat on the back. Pat on the back, dude. That was great. Like 3 minutes, I literally am calmly talking to people. That's a great thing. I'm happy I did that.
Dog, I've watched you live before, and you literally tried to say.
So you have watched me in the past. How much have you watched me in the past?
Enough to say that you're a fucking bum and you're a joke.
Enough. So you enough that it sounds like you enjoyed it. Appreciate the handout. Thank you.
I enjoy listening to your dumbass talk.
Oh, you do enjoy it. Aw, so you do think it's entertaining. Aw. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Bro definitely takes in the ass.
Is that a bad thing? But no, I'm not gay.
I doubt that. You say God doesn't exist.
Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. So saying that God doesn't exist, the Abrahamic religions, is somehow saying that you're gay?
Yeah. Yep. Exactly what I'm saying.
Can you explain that to me?
Yep. That's exactly what I'm saying. Yep. Nope. Explain. Nope. Not gonna explain because that's exactly what I'm saying. Because all you try to do is just fucking tell people. You're just a fucking joke, dude.
How am I a joke? Come on, man. Give me one argument. Appreciate the confetti. Thank you.
One argument. You're a fucking bum.
That's not an argument. Come on, just give me something.
You're a bum.
You're not gonna give me anything? Come on, bro.
Why would I give you anything? Why would I sit here and entertain you like that, dog? Like you're a fucking bum.
What do you mean entertain me? You're currently on the live entertaining it right now.
Because you're a fucking bum. I'm just telling you that you're a bum.
So no arguments, no position. All you can say is that.
I'm telling you that you're a bum and you're embarrassing.
Appreciate the hand heart. Thank you so much. How am I embarrassing? Come on, man. Let me know, please.
You're embarrassing because you're fucking reacting to, thank you for the hand heart. Thank you for the hand heart. Thank you for the cowboy hat. Like, who the fuck cares that people are putting that shit on you and fucking giving you shit, dude? Like, you care that much?
You're about to cause it to happen more. You know that, right?
Am I?
Yeah.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
That's
You look
tough,
so serious
bro.
right
That's
now.
tough.
Oh my God. You look so serious right now.
I am serious right now. Thank you for the hand heart. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Aww. Gay wad.
Okay, thank you for the hand art. Why are we using that in a negative connotation? I appreciate the hand massage, appreciate the corgi. Is that godlike? He just got removed for community guidelines. By the way, child of God, appreciate the hand mustache. Appreciate thank you for the unicorn. I appreciate it. Thank you for the cowboy hats. Thank you for the sunglasses. Thank you for that mustache. Thank you for the falling for you. Bro, TikTok W's in the chat, everyone. Appreciate the paper crane. Thank you so much, TikTok W's. Appreciate the sunglasses. Appreciate the hand arts. Let me go on to the next person again. Only send a guest request if you disagree. Everyone, thank y'all for the gifts, everyone. Thank you for the galaxy. Thank you for the sunglasses. Let's go, chat. Thank you for that mustache. We're going to go on to the next person again. If you like my content, follow me if you haven't already, everyone. But let me go on to the next person, y'all. Thank you for the hand darts. Thank you for the hat mustache. Let's go, chat. Thank you for the hanging lights. I appreciate it, Becca. Thank you for the hat mustache. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Thank you for all the gifts, everyone. Yeah, do you think that God exists? Thank you for the money gun. I appreciate it.
Yes, I do think that God exists. But earlier you said you don't think God exists?
Yeah. So how do you know that God exists?
Faith and belief.
Faith? Okay, so if I have faith that the tooth fairy created the universe, thank you for the hat mustache, I appreciate it. Is that justified?
No, it doesn't justify that.
No, it's not justified. So why is your faith in your particular religion justified, but my faith in the tooth fairy isn't justified?
Well, actually, I don't necessarily follow up on religion that much. I use it as guidelines, but I do believe in God. But the reason for that is because God has made things clear to us in certain ways that we have no choice but to believe it.
Yeah, so you have no choice to believe it. Why?
Because if someone said to you, if you brush your teeth every single day, they won't rot, and you do it and they don't rot, why would you not believe them again?
Yeah, so because we would actually have to look at the overall evidence, right? Just because my teeth didn't rot that particular moment, it doesn't mean that it was because of what they told me to do. Right. So I would have to look at evidence to indicate some sort of causal relationship. OK, all you're looking at is two things that are associated with each other, which is a correlation causation fallacy.
I'm giving you an example of why I think that.
Okay, yeah, you're just saying because two variables are associated, that means that one caused the other.
All right, let's say you don't take care of your dental hygiene and your teeth starts to rot. But if someone comes to you and tell you, look, if you brush your teeth every single day, it's not going to rot. And then after you do it, and then after they basically approve
Yeah, it
themselves.
can indicate to you that this is likely to happen, right? Because it is effective, right? But I mean, that would also be true within the context of the overall data. But
Yes,
again,
but you get
you're
some-
making an empirical claim right now, which can't be used to justify God's existence.
Yes, it does. It's an
Sheila,
example.
sir, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you. How so?
It's actually about what I'm saying. It's an example used to justify my point. The point of what I'm saying is that you did not believe this person before, but because you listen to this person and this person has proved that to you, you have no choice but to believe them again. They have earned the right.
I wouldn't believe them when it relates to a different claim necessarily, right? But it might increase the likelihood of that particular claim being true.
All right. Would you
right?
believe?
Depending on the claim.
Would you believe that your parents, right, are there to protect and take care of you?
Well, once I'm in their house, when I was in their household, sure.
Right. And what may lead you to think that?
Well, thank you for the subscription. I appreciate it. Thank you so much because I have empathy and I think that, there's a parental obligation that exists.
Right. And what makes you think that exists?
Thank you, Tabitha. I appreciate the Venmo. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. It's going to be my preferences about morality. So my mind, my mental states.
Yes, Annie, I am Trinidadian. Thank you. Look, you said God doesn't exist, right? Can you tell me?
The Abrahamic religions, the all-knowing, all-powerful, all good.
Sorry, what's that?
Sheila, I appreciate the Venmo. Thank you so much. The all-knowing, all-powerful, all good God. I don't believe that they exist because it entails contradictions.
What makes you think it doesn't contradict?
Or what makes me think it contradicts? Do you think, so they're a perfect creator under the view, right? So that means they're a flawless creator, right? So for example, right, given a perfect free throw shooter, what do you expect to see?
Given a perfect what?
Given a perfect free throw shooter, what do you expect to see?
What's a free throw shooter?
Yeah. Do you know basketball free throw?
Not really. I'm more of a footballer.
Okay, sure. So, a perfect goal kicker, what do you expect to see?
A goal kicker? What do you mean a goal kicker? Or a striker or something like that?
Here, I'll ask. Perfect test taker, what do you expect to see?
Test taker? What do you mean by test taker?
Someone who's perfect at taking tests.
Okay, I think you misunderstand something. In my country, we call soccer football.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. Well, a test taker. What do you mean a test taker?
I'm talking about someone. Okay. Becca, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. I don't know if there's too much of a language barrier here, man.
I speak. No, my country's English.
Yeah. So, a test taker, someone who takes a test?
We're talking about a student here? Or we're still talking about...
like a student taking a test. Right. A perfect test taker, what do you expect to see?
A perfect test taker, meaning a perfect student?
Yes.
What do I expect to see? Well, I expect to see good grades.
You expect to see perfect grades, perfect scores, right?
Not perfect. I would say good grades.
They're a perfect test taker. What you would expect to see perfect test scores, right?
There's nothing like perfect. Everyone has flaws. Everyone is human. Everyone makes
we're
mistakes.
talking about in the event of a perfect test taker.
There's no such thing as a perfect test taker.
Okay. All right. Well, dude, we're talking about it conceptually, man. Okay. Do you think that God is a perfect test taker? So are you saying that God would fail on a test?
No, I'm not saying that.
No, God would not fail on a test. So there is a perfect test taker. Okay. So perfect test taker, what do you expect to see?
I don't think God is a test taker. What I think is God makes the exam.
Yeah, no, if God were to take a test, would he get a perfect score?
If God were to take a test, who would he be testing? Who would test God?
No, if he got tested, if he took any test you took in a class, would he get a perfect score?
It depends on who is correcting it.
Dude, yes, he would get a perfect score.
No, it depends on who's correcting. Because look, you can tell me, right, that the world is round, and if he believes the world is flat, then there's a contradiction.
Okay, so thank you for the subscription. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. So whatever he is describing is going to be a fact of reality. So clearly speaking, he is going to be right. Okay?
Yes, but it also depends on who is correcting it. You see, your views and his views or anyone else's views may be different.
They're judging based upon what's considered accurate in reality.
Accurate in reality, okay. I would say that if God was to take a test provided by anyone today, he would ace it, even if we don't agree with his answers.
Okay, so yeah, he would. So he's a perfect test taker. Okay, we expect to see perfect test scores. So a perfect test taker, you expect to see perfect test scores. A perfect creator, what do you expect to see?
Perfect creator, it depends on what he decides to create.
Perfect creator, what do you expect to see? Creation that's perfect?
Perfection in his own image.
Okay, yeah, sure, right. Perfection in his own sense. Okay, so no flaws in his own sense.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so perfect creator, you expect to see perfect creation. Are we created by God?
Yes, we are all created.
Are we perfect? Are we perfect in accordance with God?
In his eyes, yes.
We are perfect.
In his eyes.
So even though we sin, we're perfect?
In his eyes.
So when Hitler engaged in the Holocaust, that was perfect?
Hitler, I don't understand. Who is Hitler?
Hitler.
Hitler?
Yeah.
Everything happens for a reason. Everyone is tested. You're given a choice to either do good or bad, and that will determine if you go to heaven.
Yeah, do you think that should have occurred?
It depends on the person. See,
no, does God think that the Holocaust should have occurred?
He gave him free will. Yeah, that's when he steps in. That's what they also prophesied that's going to happen in a few years to come.
Okay, so it did take away their free will.
Yeah, that's when people...
Okay, thank you for the hint, I appreciate it. So if God doesn't care about taking away free will, why didn't God stop the Holocaust?
Repeat again?
If God doesn't care about taking away free will, why didn't God stop the Holocaust?
What is the Holocaust?
We could just say slavery. Why didn't God stop slavery?
Because, well, God had a plan for everything. Everything is written in a certain way.
So again, God prefers slavery to happen? Or does God have a preference against slavery happening?
Everything is for a reason. We can't justify God's actions. Everything is written.
Does God prefer or have a preference against slavery?
I won't know that. I am not God. I can't speak on behalf.
You don't know if God has a preference against slavery?
I wouldn't say that because
okay. So, child sex trafficking. Does God have a preference against it happening?
I can't speak for God on that. Everything on this earth, right? Everything on this earth, good or bad, that happens is already written. It's up to you to choose the good or bad.
You don't know if your God thinks child sex trafficking is bad? Dude, that's wild, bro. You don't know if your own God believes child sex trafficking is bad. That's wild.
There's laws and there's morality. People are to obey these laws, and if they do not obey it, there will be consequences. It's simple. That's the reason for the flood, right?
I don't think that would be a good reason as to why this would be the case, because hold on, I don't think this is a good reason as to why this would be the case, as because God could have created a reality in which there was free will and no evil. Because it is the case that each of us have the ability to never sin. So there's at least one world in which, given our choices, we chose to not sin. So if that is the case, clearly speaking, I think that indicates to me that that God has a choice between a world where there's free will and no sin, and a world in which there's free will and sin. Given that we exist in the world in which there's free will and sin, that tells us that God prefers sin over a world with no sin, all else constant, because there's free will in both worlds. So that tells us that God preferred a world in which God has a preference against, because God has a preference against sin happening.
What you're describing, right, of where there's no conflict, no problems whatsoever, that's what we describe as heaven. See, earth is a test. There will be good, there will be bad.
Okay, so a test. Like, let me ask you this question, right? If I already know whether or not my significant other cheated on me, do I have any good reason to test them to see if they cheated on me?
If you already know they cheated on you?
Yeah.
Why would you need to test someone if you already know?
Exactly. God's all-knowing. Why does he need to test us?
Because we haven't developed into what we are to become.
So that person hasn't developed until who they become yet?
Exactly. You have to make choices. That's why you're given free will.
So, no. Is there any good reason for me to test them because I know that they're going to cheat on me?
Yes, there is a good reason to test them.
There is a good reason to test them.
Yes, because there's
even though you know for certain that they're going to cheat on you.
How would you know for certain?
Because you're all-knowing in this sense.
Yes, but you have given people free will to choose. You want to see what their personalities and how would they be in life.
Yeah, so again, but the thing is, you already know that. If you're all knowing, you already have that knowledge, so there's no reason to go quote unquote see it. Because seeing it would imply that you don't have that knowledge prior.
You may be able to see things. It's like you have a son or a daughter or something, right? And you give them two options. It's either you pick up the violin or you pick up the guitar, whichever one is your choice. You are given that free will. I want to see you, who you really choose to be.
Yeah, so again, but if God already knows what you're going to choose, what would be the reason for why God would have to see which one you're going to choose? Because seeing which one you're going to choose implies that you did not have the knowledge prior, or you wanting to do that.
Because he wants to see your character, if you're worthy enough to be in heaven or you should go to hell.
Okay, so God already knows, though, whether or not you're worthy to go to heaven or hell, because God already knows what you're going to do in the future. So if God already has that knowledge, that clearly indicates to us that God could tell us whether or not we're going to go to heaven or what.
When you free will, that's where free will alters everything for him, because he has given you the choice now to decide where you go.
Remember, I already addressed this earlier, right? There's a sense of free will where there is still going to be no evil, because again, if you have free will, you have the choice to never sin. Right? So there's going to be at least one world from the infinite set of worlds that could have happened given our free will, that in which every single human on the planet chose to not sin in every single scenario. And that was completely freely.
Yes, but
so that world still has free will.
Yes, but even people that, let's say people go to heaven, right? Everyone goes to heaven. People still have the choice to be bad, right? That's the reason for the devil being cast out or choosing to go his own separate ways. That's where free will comes in.
Yeah, so again, right, I understand that they have a choice, right? But the thing is, the world in which they have a choice and they don't end up doing evil is going to be a preferable world to God, as both of these worlds have a choice.
Right, and that's
so if you're going to hold all else constant, i.e. both worlds have choice, God is going to prefer the world where there's not sin and where there's not evil. Because again, God does not like sin. God does not like evil. Okay?
Correct. That is why he dwells in heaven instead of hell. And he removes the evil and puts it to hell.
So again, doesn't that then tell us that again? I thank you for the subscription. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. That we would be expected to see like a different world, a world in which there's not sin. So that would tell us that this God doesn't exist, because we would expect a world in which there's no sin.
No. What is expected, right, is that you become worthy enough to go to heaven, and then he leaves you there rather than puts you in hell. You have to earn the right to go to heaven. You don't get it just
Okay. So by earn the right, I don't know what you mean. Like you actually have to go through it, or like God already knows that you already have that capacity. But I could just ask you this question, right? Let's say that the cops, I appreciate the gamer cat, thank you so much, see a P3DO raping a child, right? They have the ability to stop it, and they choose not to stop it. Did they do something wrong?
If the cops, what? Can you repeat that?
See a P3DO graping a child, an adult graping a child.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And they can stop it, and they choose not to stop it. Did they do something wrong?
Did they do something wrong? It depends on the situation. That's a complicated situation, also very sensitive.
What does it depend upon?
Let's say that person has a gun or something, and if everyone goes there, they're going to die, including that child.
No. We're talking about they can stop it. There's not going to be death there.
Okay, they can stop it. Well, then they should. It's the right thing to do. It's a moral.
Okay. So God sees P3DOs graping children, adults graping children, can stop it without dying, and doesn't stop it. Did he do something wrong if he doesn't stop it?
Because heaven is rewarded and beyond.
No. Did he do something wrong if he didn't stop it?
If he didn't do so, look, God is putting you here to test you and see what you are capable of. You have to earn the right to heaven. If the person is going to rape someone, right, or worse yet, even rape.
By the way, you have to say R word or essay.
Huh?
You have to say R word or essay. It's TikTok terms of service.
Sorry. If someone is going to R word someone, they are going to do wrong, which is going to classify them. With example, a criminal record, it's going to classify them to push them away from heaven.
Yeah, but no, I'm saying if God doesn't stop them from committing this action, right? Did God do something bad?
No. And
no. Okay, so God doing the exact same thing that humans do, it's okay for God to not save them, but it's not okay for the humans to not save
Because we're
them.
thinking about this world. You see, this world is not real. It's a test. The real world is heaven and hell. This is a test.
What do you mean by real?
The real world, right, is heaven. We are also spiritual beings. This here is just a test to see what we are capable of and what right do we on what path do we decide to go after.
Okay, so again, you're implying here that it's going to be a test. I don't know how that necessarily responds to my question.
Our existence on this planet.
So you're saying that the reason why it's not bad for God is because he has to see that you're going to do that.
Exactly.
Okay. Is God all knowing?
And that's where free will comes.
So God already sees that you're going to do that, right?
God doesn't see that you're already going to do. God is going to know that you're given a choice, and he's going to let you choose that. That's free will.
Yeah. Okay. So again, you're saying that God should not limit their free will, but human beings should limit their free will.
Well, this is where the test is. You're given free will.
So is it good to limit free will? Yes or no in this scenario?
Yes, it is. It is actually good.
It is good to limit free will in this scenario.
Yeah.
So is God doing something bad by not limiting free will?
Is he doing something bad by not limiting it? No,
Yeah.
He's not doing anything bad because this is a test. It's just like you go to an exam, right? You have to suffer and study and all these kind of different things and boost your brain in an exam room to pass that test. After you have passed that test, then you earn the right to go further on. It's not the real concept. The real concept is heaven, and that's what everyone is supposed to be concerned about rather than the world we live in today.
Yeah, I'm confused with your response here because the point I'm getting to here, I think it's not even I don't even think the test is necessarily relevant to that. So are you saying that you wouldn't be able to get accurate results of a test if God were to intervene? Is that your claim?
Exactly. Yes.
Okay. So any intervention of God is going to be wrong.
No, it's not going to be wrong. It's going to limit your results.
It's going to limit. Okay. So, and that's something that you don't want. So do you believe in Noah's Ark?
To an extent.
So do you believe Jesus came down on the planet?
Yes, I did. Yes,
you
I
do. Does that limit our free will?
That is where things get out of context, meaning that's where God steps in when things get out of line too much. There's a certain point there's a breaking point where he needs to step in. That's why many things have been prophesied on God's return.
So again, I'm asking the question: does that remove our free will?
In that case, yes.
So it does. So God engaging in miracles, saving people, that removes our free will.
God does miracles every single day. He may not necessarily come to you physically.
Wait, no. Here's my point: is that if it's okay for him to take away free will when he came down to the earth, why is it not okay for him to take away free will within the context of, say, like Hitler, who genocided tens of millions of people?
Well, it's like just like an exam. Let's say the exam is set, right? But there are faults in the exam paper itself. There will then have to be a reconstruction of that paper, and that's where God steps in, or the true examiner comes in.
Wait, sorry, say that again.
All right. Let's say you're taking a test, right? And the test is now void, meaning that there are problems with the test itself. That's when the examiner and the person that wrote the test come in to reprogram everything in that test for you.
Yeah, I'm confused.
All right. Let's say I write a paper on maths for you, right? And on that paper, the questions aren't the way they're supposed to be. I would then have to come to
I understand. Like if things go different, God has to like reprogram, right? Yeah. But like the idea here is that you're saying that there needs to be some sort of reprogramming there. Why wouldn't that also have been indicated within the context in which there was the Holocaust?
Because he's given free
6 million people died in the Holocaust. Tens of millions of people died in World War II. Why didn't God reprogram that?
Everything is planned in a certain way to see who goes to heaven.
So it was planned for these people to be like genocided?
Yes.
Wait, so by plan, right? Is this what should have occurred?
By choice of free will to us, yeah, we choose to do wrong to each other.
No. If God planned this, does this mean that God intended this to happen?
It's a test.
No, if God planned this, does that mean God intended this to happen?
To an extent.
So if God intended this to happen, are you saying God intended the Holocaust to occur?
To an extent.
So why did God intend the Holocaust to occur?
He allowed it to happen to test. It's like someone is trying to kill you. Oh, sorry. Someone is trying to what's the word?
And why is he testing us?
In order to go to heaven, you have to earn the right to go to heaven.
Why do you have to earn the right to go to heaven?
Because you cannot get anything that you don't deserve, and there can only be people that can live amongst each other.
What determines whether or not you deserve it?
The characteristics of you.
The characteristics of you? And no, who determines it? Is it God?
His morality, yes.
Yeah, so God's own desires.
No, God's right to say if this person that I created.
Here, can I ask you a question? Where in the Bible do you find that it's a test?
I don't necessarily follow up on religious books or anything like that.
Oh, you don't. So you don't believe in an all-knowing, all-powerful, all-good God?
Yes, I do. I use this as guidelines. It doesn't have to be written in a book.
So you believe Jesus is God, right?
No, I believe Jesus is a son of God, or a prophet, or even a servant of God, just as we are.
A prophet? Wait, so are you Muslim?
No, I'm not Muslim.
So why do you believe Jesus is a prophet?
Because prophets are like role models to us on which we should follow. They're leaders to us. They lead us into the path of God.
Where do you get your beliefs from?
Where do I get my beliefs from? I get my beliefs from the world, through existence, and also through everything.
How do we know Jesus is the Son of God if not for the New Testament?
Because we all are sons and daughters of God.
Oh, okay. So I'm the Son of God?
Yes, you are.
Okay. So I think that's kind of a useless statement then. If I'm the Son of God.
Yes, you are. You are a son of God. You are a creation of God. Therefore, you're his son. It's a term used to represent that you are of God. You descend from God.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm the Son of God. All right. I guess that I'll make sure to write that one down.
Title itself, Son of God, refers to Jesus.
Yeah. So so again, how do you determine the characteristics of God?
The characteristics? What do you mean by characteristics?
Like, how do you know that God is all knowing, all powerful, and all good?
How do I know that God is all knowing and all powerful?
No, good. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, existence more than any of us has ever been. And he is seen in every way and every form, and therefore he has the knowledge, which means that he has more knowledge capable than we could ever have. So therefore he is all-knowing because he has seen everything, he knows everything. You can't hide.
You just said that he knows everything because he knows everything. So I'm asking, how do you know that he knows everything?
I told you that because God has existed beyond us all.
You're just making that claim. How do you know that to be true?
Let's say we watch a basketball match, right? And you watch the entire basketball match and I watch half. Wouldn't you have more knowledge of that basketball match than me?
Yeah, probably. I mean, if we assume that we both watched with the same level of attention, right? But the point I would get to, and we had the same level of understanding the game. The point I want to get to though is that that doesn't tell us whether or not God has these characteristics. I appreciate the hat mustache. Thank you so much. How do you know that God has these characteristics?
Yes,
I understand that you think that God has more knowledge. I get that. How do you know that to be true?
Because it's common sense. It's correctly understood.
How is it common sense?
All right. As I was saying about the match, right? The basketball match. If you watch the entire basketball match and I watch half of it, I won't have the knowledge that I missed out on. Correct?
Dude, I understand what you're saying, right? How do we know that your God exists? I understand that you believe that your God has more knowledge than we do.
There's only one true God. Everyone believes in the same God and different.
I don't believe in a God, right? How do you know that this God exists?
God exists through faith, belief, religion, through generations passed on, tradition. God is also known because of the way of the universe and everything has been.
So tradition and then the way our universe is operating. Okay. So tradition doesn't tell us that a God exists, because it is the case that there's tradition behind Judaism, there's tradition behind Islam, there's tradition behind Christianity, and all of these different religions contradict each other. They cannot be true simultaneously.
They all promote God, don't they?
Yeah, but the idea is that they cannot be true simultaneously.
And how is that?
And because there's contradictions. For example, the Quran makes the claim that Jesus was not crucified on the cross. The Bible makes the claim that Jesus was crucified on the cross. These two claims cannot be true simultaneously. It can't be the case that Jesus was crucified and not crucified simultaneously.
But those are books written by mankind.
Okay, and?
Okay, let's say you and I were present in an event such as someone being what's the word I'm looking for TikTok standards, unalive, right? Let's say you and I were present in that situation. Your version of the story of how it happened and my version would be two different things. When you describe to the police what happened, when I describe to the police what happened, it's going to it's not going to be the same exact thing.
So your argument is that but the thing is, then what's the truth? How do you know what the truth is? And that's the issue. So you're saying that all of these experiences indicate that there is some type of God. I don't see how that follows, right? As there are people that have experiences with things in which they would not attribute to be a God, right? And there are so many depictions of what this is. So that how do we even accept the conclusions formed? If some of these claims are not reliable, then how are the other claims reliable? These are all questions that are valid and legitimate.
Well, I can answer that with the same example. In the same example that you and I witnessed this happening, right? The police, right? That is what we have to act as an investigator, and we have to combine the stories, combine everything into one to figure out the truth. And that's where reason comes in. Just like in an argument, you listen to what between, let's say, a couple or something.
Wait, so, okay, again, you appeal back to reason. If you appeal to reason, that's exactly what I'm saying, okay? I don't think there's any good reason to say that a God exists. I don't think there's any good evidence to say a God exists.
Well, if we're talking about what happened now, we talked about the Quran and the Bible and the Bhagavad Gita and all these kinds of different books. What I'm saying to you, the case that, let's say, we are witnesses to something, there would have to be someone to investigate that, and they would have to use reasoning, a voice of reason. Example, let's say a husband and a wife have an argument. If they go to a therapist, that therapist would have to listen to both of their sides and then make a conclusion on proper reasoning.
Oh, okay. And so again, the way that we would judge between whether or not a claim is accurate is by using reason and by looking at the evidence. Okay. The reason tells us that there's not good rational arguments for God. There isn't any that I see. Right. And then the empirical evidence says, okay, well, God's empirically unverifiable. Okay. That's so if God is empirically unverifiable and the rational arguments aren't good for God, then there's no basis for saying a God exists.
No, that goes beyond the example. The example was that you described that the books of our religions were passed on from generations to come. But those things were just witnesses of God. They are witnesses.
Yeah, so they're claiming they had these experiences. I appreciate the rose. Thank you so much. But there are also claims from other religions in which they had experiences. Again, if we're trying to determine which claims are accurate, we can't just use the basis of that assertion that they had these experiences, because then we would also be accepting Islam, which would be considered false if we considered Christianity to be true. So if we look at any of these points in the Bible or in the Quran, right, we have to be able to apply that to other circumstances to see if that basis would justify a claim or not. And it doesn't.
Look, religion divides us all. If I'm being honest, religions in this entire world divides us all. But it all points to one thing. Everyone believes that there's one true God. And every religion that there is. If you combine every religion...
Not true. There are polytheistic religions.
Listen. Every religion in the world relates to one God, right? Now,
no.
even when it comes to things like the Illuminati or the Freemasons or any kind of thing in any way that relates to worship of a spiritual being, there are references if you combine them all, such as demigods, such as idols, such as misinformation, such as what's the word I'm looking for? Betrayal of
Hey, Reason Man, you're like literally fucking wrong. Like unironically, you're just wrong, man. You're literally just wrong. It is the case that polytheistic religions exist, right? It is the case that not every religion believes in just one God.
Give me an example.
Hinduism. There's
Hinduism.
a monotheism and polytheism within the context of Hinduism.
All right. Well, I'll tell you about Hinduism, right? Hinduism believes that the religion is a way of life, meaning that there is no religion for them. That's how they live. That's how they choose to live. When people came to their lands, right, they asked them what is their religion, which god do they serve. They were confused by these questions because their religion is their way of life, of how they choose to live. They believe that there are gods, right? Such as, let's say,
That's
Ram.
not the claim. That's not the claim. No, the claim is that there's multiple different types of gods that
Exactly.
enact different types of things, right? That doesn't mean that every individual is a god, right? Secondly, it is the case we can relate to paganism, right? Or the Norse gods, right? In which there's multiple different depictions of gods, right? We can look at Greek gods, right? There's literally history that indicates that there are different types of gods that engage in different types of actions within the context of reality, whether it be the water cycle, whether it be the context of weather, whether it be love, right? There are different things that are taken into account by different gods under these particular notions.
Like Zeus, the god of lightning, right?
What?
Like Zeus.
Yeah. So, but the thing is, why are you saying that every religion believes in one God when it's clear that that's not true?
Every religion believes in one God. In Hinduism, as you presented before, Hinduism, you said that there are many gods, right? That's not the case. It's
again in some depictions are monotheistic, other depictions are polytheistic.
There is the Bhagavad Gita. That's their Bible, right? Hinduism believes in one God. What they mean by these idols, like Hanuman and Shiva and all of them, they see God through those idols. Those are the versions of God that came to them. Just like Jesus was the Son of God and came to lead the people on behalf of God.
So again, it depends on your particular interpretation.
No, not necessarily. That is how it is.
No, it absolutely does, right? Because there again.
Do you want to know what Hindus see God as, the one true God? They call God Bhagwan. Bhagwan overall. Bhagwan.
I don't see how you're responding to me. Again, all I'm saying is that there's a side of Hinduism in which is polytheistic, and there's a side of Hinduism in which is monotheistic.
I'll combine three religions for you right now, and I'll explain it. I'll explain it with this, right? In Hinduism, Bhagwan is God, the one true God. In Islam,
wait, no, let me just ask you this question: are you disputing the existence of all polytheistic religions?
I'm not understanding what you're saying.
Are you disputing the existence of all polytheistic religions?
No, I'm combining three religions to want to prove my point to you.
So wait, do you think a polytheistic religion exists?
It depends on what you're saying to me. I don't understand.
Do you think that a religion where they believe in multiple gods exists?
To an extent.
What do you mean to an extent?
I believe that all religions are all different versions of God.
So, okay, I don't think that's going to be true because, again, there's different notions of religions in which believe in multiple different types of gods. If you just think that they're perceiving the facts of reality wrongly, right, again, how do you know that you're perceiving them correctly?
Well, it's like this, as I'm saying. If you combine Christianity, Islam, and Hinduism, right? Hinduism believes that Bhagwan is God. They have different idols of him, but they believe that Bhagwan is God. In Islam, there are prophets like Prophet Muhammad and all of these things, but they believe there's one true God, that is Allah. In Christianity, they believe in Jesus, that is the Son of God, a prophet that came to them to lead them into the path of God. But Jehovah.
You almost got me. You're going to get me again soon, Marvin. I appreciate the flying witch. Thank you so much, Marvin. You're going to get me soon. I actually do think you are.
All right. Anyways, Jehovah is what we know as God, is mentioned. These three religions, if you combine them into one, every aspect of everything, you will see, if you put them side by side, the Quran, the Bible, the Bhagavad Gita, everything, you will see that they all relate to one thing, but different versions of the story of God. And different stories of God as well.
I don't think so, right? But let's say that's true. I still don't think that indicates that there's only one God. I don't. Just because there are different depictions of a belief doesn't mean that that belief is. Hold up. Just because there's different depictions of a belief doesn't mean that that belief is correct.
All right, and I'm not saying no, but if you check the dates on religion, right? Hinduism, Christianity, and then Islam, right? That's the date of these religions were formed, right? Before that, there was even the Anunnaki. I'm sure you heard about the Anunnaki. They're much famous, especially by scientists, because they prove a lot of things scientific-wise. That's all.
Of course, you believe in the Anunnaki, bro.
I believe in everything. I believe in every religion of every belief.
That's not a religion. Aren't those the aliens?
It's also a religion.
What religion is it?
These things. The Anunnaki gods.
Yeah. So wait. So do you believe in all religions are true?
I believe in all religions are related to one God.
Okay. Does that mean it's true?
Yes.
Does that mean that God exists?
Yes, but every
I don't believe that just because religions have beliefs in a particular notion that it somehow means that the God exists. Right? I need an actual argument, man.
There are other things that says that. Example, events to come, events that have come, predictions, a lot of societal impacts such as the way of nature and morality. Because there's a law of the land, and just as there's a law of lands, like government laws, there is a law of God. And if we do not obey the laws of the land, what's going to happen is chaos. Everyone's going to riot and all of these different things. And then there's the law of God.
Wait, so hold up. Just because there would be practical issues if we don't have laws, right? That doesn't indicate that they have to come from God. One. Two, right? Again, I'm asking for like an argument, right? If you're saying that it's based upon the existence of morals, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So do you think that morals are true dependent upon God's existence?
Morals are true. What are you saying again? If morals
do you think morality is true dependent upon God? Do you think if God didn't exist, that there would be something true about morality?
I think that morality, right, was given to humans as a guideline from God.
Yeah. So if God didn't exist, would morality have a truth, right? Would there be something true in morality?
What do you mean by true?
Would there be a claim that something is bad without God's existence?
To an extent.
I don't know what you mean by that, man.
Meaning that the way that God has put it, He has outlined it in a way that it's done to the best.
What do you mean?
The laws we have today of our countries and lands and all of these things, they cannot compete in any way close to the guidelines that God has put in front of us. True.
So if God didn't exist, would there be something true in morality?
Would there be something true? If God didn't exist, and let's say humans existed by some miracle, morality would then have to come amongst the humans. There would have to be one person in charge. There's only one leader. There could always be one leader. Just as if you and I go hiking, one of us has to lead and one of us has to follow. There can only be one leader.
So is it dependent upon God, yes or no, man?
What, morality?
Yeah. Is it dependent upon God?
Morality is words given from God.
Is it dependent upon God, yes or no? Appreciate the coral. Thank you so much, Macy.
What do you mean by dependent on God?
I mean, is it based upon what God likes and what God doesn't like?
30 minutes completed.
Yes. Morality.
Burn calories 118
It is based on what
calories.
God likes and what God doesn't like.
Heart
so that's
rate
subjective.
128 beats per minute.
That's subjective.
Why would you say it's subjective?
Because subjective is going to refer to dependent upon God's stance, right? Attitude, desire, something like that. So what God likes and what God doesn't like.
Yes, you are to be
that's subjective.
And if you don't obey, you go to hell.
Yes, but it's still subjective, right?
It's a choice. You have the ability to either follow on to God, and God will let you into heaven.
Hey man, Reason. When I ask you a question, can you please answer the question that I asked you rather than some question that, I didn't ask you?
No, I'm just giving an explanation. Maybe it'd be wrong.
Yeah. Can you answer my question though?
I am.
Are you gonna go?
Yeah. Anyways, sorry. Can you repeat your question again?
So you don't know my question?
It's not that I gave you a chance to speak and you had my entire attention there and I forgot about everything else trying to listen to what you have to say. I thought you were going to speak on something.
You thought I was gonna speak? Bro, you literally told me to stop.
No, I didn't say stop.
What are you talking about, bro? What do you mean?
Alright, anyways. Morality given by God through religion, right, decides if we follow on to this. It decides if we go to heaven or we go to hell. Meaning that if you follow on to God, you will be amongst the people of God. If you do not follow amongst God, you will not be with these people.
Okay. Does that answer my question about subjective morality? Or I'm asking if it's subjective, because subjective means it would be dependent upon God's stance, desire, or attitude, right? So if you said that it's based upon what God likes and what God doesn't like, that's going to be subjective morality, right? So objective moral facts aren't going to exist under your view, regardless of whether or not God exists, because you think that it's subjective. Either way. Appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much, Sophia. Thank you.
Well, what I would think is that morality was given by us from God for us to behave and act in a certain way that makes us worthy of heaven.
Yeah, so worthy of heaven is just going to be whatever God thinks. Okay? So God thinks I'm not worthy of heaven for not believing in God, but he thinks Jeffrey Dahmer is worthy for heaven, right? Because he decided to believe right before he died.
Well, if God sees fit that is good enough, then he's going to let you in. If he doesn't see fit, then no. He's the boss.
Yeah, and that's a legitimate. You think that's good, right? That Jeffrey Dahmer goes to paradise, right? But I get to suffer for the rest of eternity because I simply just didn't know a God existed, and I thought there was a contradiction.
Well, there's a day of judgment. After you die, after you are unalived, you go onto a day of judgment. And we aren't into people's minds. We don't be around them 24/7. We can't live their lives. And the only person that has observed that is God. God truly knows a person, and they cannot lie to God. So if God sees fit through everything that you are worthy of heaven or you deserve a forgiveness in any kind of way, then you can come to heaven. If not, you need to go to hell and pay for your sins.
Yeah, so again, it's just going to be whatever God desires there. But yeah, sure. Is there anything else you want to go over or talk about particularly?
Well, it's based on his judgment, but I still want to know, why don't you believe that God exists?
There are contradictions that are entailed. Didn't we already go over them?
Yes, but they don't make sense to me. Like, why exactly?
What doesn't make sense?
Why exactly would you not believe in God?
I just told you the contradictions that are entailed.
Yeah, like what? I need you to go into some detail because
we already went over the contradictions.
Yes, but not into that detail.
We did go into detail. What are you talking about?
All right, yeah, but I'm talking about you personally. Like, why do you personally?
Yeah, I don't believe because of the contradictions that we already went into detail about.
All right, but why do you see it that way?
Dude, what are you asking for, bro?
I'm asking you, right? In a world that you have been born and grew up in, at what point did you not believe in God?
This was before I knew about the contradictions. I didn't believe at that particular point because I couldn't make sense of the fact that God was trying to coerce me into believing that they exist.
Okay, and what age was that?
I was probably like 17, 18, 16, 17, 18.
All right, and before that, did you believe in God or anything like that?
Yeah, I grew up Christian.
Okay, and Well, to what extent in Christian? Because people follow in religion.
I was non-denominational.
Can you explain what that means to me?
I just didn't have a denomination when it relates to Christianity.
Yeah, I believe that's where most people that don't believe in God, most of their backgrounds come from those kind of households. Actually, it's because traditionally we are supposed to educate children on God, on why we should believe in God, and if we don't, at an older age, they're going to question everything in a way that they don't see God in any form of way, or would not accept God. That's where most people that don't believe in God normally have their backgrounds in.
Yeah, so what denomination are you?
Denomination, what do you mean by denomination? What was I born into?
Are you Christian?
My mom's a Hindu, my dad's a Christian, and my girlfriend's a Muslim, so I didn't really follow.
And what religion do you believe in?
I believe in God. I don't believe in religion necessarily. I use religion as guidelines.
Okay, so you don't believe in any of them.
I believe in God.
Do you believe the Bible is an accurate representation of the world?
I believe that the Bible is someone's as a witness to God.
So is the Quran a witness to God?
I would say so, yes.
Okay, so is the Book of Mormon a witness to God?
The Book of Mormon. I'm not really familiar that much with the Book of Mormon.
Okay. Sure. Well, is there anything else you want to go over or talk about, Reason?
Not really much. It's just that God exists.
Hey,
but
appreciate you coming on, man. Thank you so much, man. Have a good day.
All right, man. You too.
We're going to go on to the next person. If you like the content, follow me if you haven't already, everyone. Tap that screen. Let's try to get to 1 million likes, everyone. It will help get out to more people. Everyone keep sharing the live. Copy link, send it to a few friends. Let's try to get to 1,000 shares, everyone. Let me go on to the next person. Again, only send a guest request if you do disagree, everyone. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
22.
For sure. Do you think God exists?
Yes, I do.
Why so?
So it's more so for two reasons are more so why I believe God exists. For one, it would be like the design of the universe. So like, for example, just like if we look at like the Milky Way, for example, right? Just at the just like the placement of the planets and where they are, and like the simple fact that like, you know, like if the Earth were to be even like a millimeter closer to the sun, it would burn into an ash. If we're a millimeter away from the sun, from where it currently is, we'd freeze to death. So it's like looking at it like that.
By the way, that's literally not true. By the way,
how not?
Because if we were a millimeter closer, a millimeter away, we'd still be within the Goldilocks zone.
What is that?
That's what can sustain water.
Actually,
like how far you can be away from the sun in which you can sustain water.
Okay, then how about in the sense that if everything in life, like every creation in life, like say like the iPhone, right? Like if you look at your iPhone and all of its, like all of its tech and everything, you would know that it had to have been created from somebody with the intelligence to create this device.
Yeah, because I have prior experiences with human beings creating iPhones or designing iPhones, but I don't have any prior experience with entities, creating universes. So I can't make that same inference.
Okay, so like, would you claim that every creation has a creator?
Every creation implies a creator, by the way. So everything that exists has a creator? Is that what you're saying?
Like everything in life would have a creator to it, no? Like, or for every,
appreciate the handout. Thank you so much.
What's the way to word this? Like for every, like for things to be created, there has to be a creator that creates it, right?
You mean beginning? If there's a beginning, there's a cause?
Yes.
That cause doesn't have to be God. It can be naturalistic.
But then wouldn't that be an infinite? That would be like an infinite loop then.
No, it doesn't run into infinite regress because it could be eternal in the same way God is eternal. And secondly, infinite regress is possible.
But if
there's no contradiction.
I mean, okay, so you think believing in an infinity is more rational than believing in?
Do you think infinities are possible?
Definitely not.
Okay, then how do you explain how God is eternal? Like, you actually have to accept infinities by saying God is eternal. Well, you know that, right?
No, that's my point. But that makes it one exception. That God is the only exception instead of
God is the only exception. That's called special pleading.
No, but if it's not God, then what is it?
Well, because we could say a naturalistic cause is the only exception. Couldn't we say that?
But then I would basically ask what, like, if we're gonna go all the way back, right? Like, if we start from like who you are and who your father is and who that person's father is and so on and so on and so on. Like, you would keep asking who created this person, and then if it would lead all the way back to saying, okay, if my claim is like it's God who created all of mankind, then you would argue
we could say natural cause, prior state of fundamental particles.
But where did these particles come from?
They always existed. No, they always existed.
So okay, but then you're basically saying that life were to happen by chance, by two particles colliding. Whereas, like, do you believe in the Big Bang?
So I do believe in the Big Bang. It's expansion of the universe, but so this wouldn't necessarily be by chance, because we would assume that there's the necessary properties for this reality rather than another one. The same way that God has the necessary desires to bring about this reality rather than another world, right? Because it is the case that God could have desired to create a reality in which there was only Xbox controllers or only mouse and keyboards, right? But God decided to create this reality, or desired to create this reality, rather than the infinite set of other realities that God could have desired.
Okay. Well, were you getting somewhere with that, or like?
That was the point, right? So when you're asking the question, why is the reality this way rather than being another way? The same thing can apply to God's mind. Why is God's mind this way rather than another way? So the same issue that you apply to the universe to say, oh, it requires a designer, could be applied to God's mind to say, oh, it requires a designer.
Like, oh, so like, why does God design the way he does?
Yeah, that's the question we could ask. God designs this way rather than designing a different way. Right? It could have been the case that God designed differently than he did. So the same way that the universe could have been in different conditions than it is now, insofar as that life wouldn't have been produced.
Okay, well, so then so if you believe like particles could have made this again,
I don't think this is a sufficient explanation, but this is more likely to be true than yours because it requires less assumptions than your worldview.
But is it less assumption? Because if it's infinite, right, and that like two particles could have collided to create...
and I don't believe it's infinite. I just in terms of like a particular sense, I think it's eternal, right? In terms of like its existence, it's always existed.
Does it have intelligence?
Is it left? Wait, say that again.
I said, does it have intelligence?
No.
So then you think that the universe was created the way it is by chance?
So do you, because God, based upon chance, had these desires.
But that's not okay. God's desires, I guess. Okay, so I guess you could argue like whatever God desires is chance to like whatever He allows to make and not make. But we believe God has an intelligence. But like you, in your case, you don't believe that these infinite or eternal particles have intelligence. It just so happened to be. So I believe that there's a intelligence that created it to be the way it is, and you think that there isn't intelligence, and it just so happened to be this way out of the infinite possibilities that it could have been. Yeah, I know you don't believe in infinity, but like,
wait, you believe it's based upon chance because God's desires are that way, based upon chance, right? So again, it's the same assumption that both have the necessary properties. So instead of you saying it's chance, it would just be that this would have always have occurred. That's kind of the notion.
But then couldn't two particles colliding create something completely different than like the world that we live in right now?
Yeah, but the thing is, we're saying that these particles have the necessary properties. That would be the assumption. The assumptions are that they're eternal and they have the necessary properties to bring about this reality, then another one. Those are the only two assumptions that are necessary. Under your worldview, you assume that God is all-knowing, all-powerful, all good, right? God has the necessary properties to bring about this reality or another one. That God is a mind, right? All these other characteristics. You're assuming many characteristics that you don't need to assume. That's what I'm saying.
Well, so like we can never say that we know why God does exactly what he does. You know, I mean, technically like coming from me, it's like I've never personally met God, right? So like I couldn't tell you why God decides to do what he plans. But I could say that God is, like, coming from my perspective, I could say, you know, God is the best of planners. So why God plans to have a life the way it is, I mean, I couldn't possibly convince you why he chooses to do what he does, but I do think that it's more rational to believe in an...
No. Do you understand that it's chance under both perspectives? That's all my point is there. So this argument you're bringing up, the teleological argument, the fine-tuning argument, it applies to God's mind as well. So this doesn't indicate design, right, or require a God. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. That's kind of my point here.
So, okay, then yeah, then I guess at that point, because it's a good argument, I would say. But I would say that my argument has the edge simply because my eternal being has an intelligence and yours does not. Yours is fixated.
Oh, intelligence doesn't help anything.
How not? If
it doesn't. It actually legitimately does nothing because the two assumptions that I have already explain why we exist. That's it.
Okay, so like if it's an eternal being, or is it? Would you call it a being that you believe in, or just it's eternal particles?
I don't believe in this. Right. This is just more likely to be true than yours because it requires less assumptions than your worldview. So there's something called theoretical simplicity. Essentially, it's like whenever you something would be simpler if you require less assumptions to explain the exact same question. The question is why do we exist in this particular way, or how do we exist in this way? And we can answer the question with two assumptions.
Was it like being God or being that particles that were
eternal particles that are that have the necessary properties to bring about this reality rather than another one. That's it.
Okay, so then if that's what you believe in, then how do you explain morality then? Like, where does morality come from to you?
Yeah, so morality is just going to be based on our preferences, our mental states, right? So I'm going to think that if I like something or I don't like something, that's going to be descriptive as to why I think it's right or wrong. It just simply relates to my preferences. I can give reasons based on my stances to indicate as to why or like explanations as to why I hold a particular stance, right? But ultimately speaking, it's a preference.
But don't you think, okay, so like, for example, like if me and you live in the same country, we follow the same laws. I mean, obviously, you could argue that people wouldn't agree with certain laws or whatever, but like, for the most part, you wouldn't agree that like people in their own mind can like say killing is wrong, right? Like obviously there's mass murderers and all that, but you think like even like these people that do killing, for example, like they don't know what they're doing is wrong if they're just killing an innocent person. Or sorry, I don't know if I'm allowed to say something.
I don't know what your point is there, right? They don't know what they're doing, they're wrong. I'm so confused how that relates to what I was saying.
Like about morality, because basically,
I'm just saying my views based upon, right, like our preferences. Okay, that's all we were describing. I don't see how what you're saying is related to that.
So I'm saying that it's basically subjective to everybody's own thoughts.
Wait, yeah, it's subjective. Yeah, it's absolutely subjective. Yeah.
So you don't.
So my view is that that this would be wrong, right? Someone else's view is that it could be right, and that would be what their view is. That'd be descriptive to what their view is, right? But my view is that it's wrong.
But you don't. So you don't think that there's any like. I guess what I was talking about when it comes to like, let's say like a murderer, for example, or whatever, like there's people that do murders to innocent people, right? People who are just like you could be walking down the street and then just get hit. You know what I mean? Somebody who just decided to pull out a, you know what, and do something. Does that person that did it think that he subjectively did something okay? because he just decided that he wanted to use a gun to like hurt somebody.
Yeah, he might think it's okay under his own view. I'm saying my view would be that it's wrong.
Okay, no. I understand that you would think it's wrong, but like you think
that would be descriptively speaking true that they think it that way. Okay, that's okay, all I'm saying is that this is what my view is. That's what their view is. That's just descriptive.
Okay, if morality is subjective to everybody's own thoughts, then your argument would be that we're forced to follow laws like that a country says simply because a government is formed, they have more power and more money to enforce their subjective morality to us, rather than their actually being like...
Yeah, that descriptively speaking, yeah, they would literally enforce their morality over other people, yes. That is like descriptively true. Okay, do I want them to always enforce their morality? No, right? I probably have different preferences when it relates to morality, right? But it is the case that's exactly how it works.
So if there isn't objective morality...
You don't believe in objective morality either.
Well, okay, I kind of heard what you were saying earlier, but like the reason to you it's subjective because you're claiming it's to God's desires, but God's characteristics of being all-knowing and all-good and all-powerful. God wouldn't have desires to make like what's moral for us if it wasn't what's best. Because
for us if it's not best, so it's best under his own view, right? So again, okay, we can just relate to your view here.
Okay.
So like you think that God is all knowing, all powerful, all good, right? I'll just ask you a few questions, right? First, let's say that we see a scenario where there's a P3DO raping a child, right? Cops see this, they can stop it, and they choose not to stop it. Did they do something wrong?
If cops saw it happening?
Yeah, if they saw it happening and they choose not to stop it, even though they could, right? Do they do something wrong?
Well, okay, as human beings, it's wrong. As human beings, it's wrong for them to be like allowing.
Marvin fucking got me again. Marvin, I appreciate I appreciate the fucking witch. Oh my god. Marvin is fucking wild with those. Marvin, I swear, always sends them at the fucking worst times for me. You can say what you're saying.
My bad. Yeah, okay, yeah, so like from a human perspective, I would say yes, that's wrong. But if you're gonna try to like compare that to like why God wouldn't stop it from happening, then it defeats the purpose of, or it defeats the claim of humans having free will.
For God to have not, yeah. So like for God to stop that event.
Yeah,
so, yeah.
Like
the idea here is that you're saying that this person, human beings, should prevent this person from exercising their free will. But God should not, right? In the same sense of the terms, in the exact same action, right? So what I'm saying is that why do you apply a different standard of morality to God as you apply to human beings?
Why do we apply different... So you said different standards of morality to us?
Why do we apply a different standard of morality, right, to God and to humans in the exact same action, in the exact same sense?
Oh, well then, in the sense of God stopping all evil, right? Because that could be to any evil scenario. Like why doesn't God, why doesn't God just like delete all evil now, right? Like in that sense, because basically then there would be no morality to
That's
be.
what I mean. That would be a point I argue. Yeah, God can delete all evil. Like the idea here is that I would delete all evil if you were all knowing, all powerful, and all good. Right? Would you delete all evil?
Basically, if I was God,
let's get rid of rape. Let's get rid of child sex trafficking. Let's get rid of children who die of cancer. Let's get rid of genocide. Let's get rid of slavery. Let's get rid of all this fucking terrible shit.
Okay, yeah. So like, if it was that, then I would basically just say like, put everybody in heaven. Then at that point,
yeah. If you were given powers right now, would you snap away grape?
Well, okay, hold on.
If it took away free will of the grapist,
because I believe what I do believe, I would never want to even think about playing God because
would you snap away grape out of existence by taking away the free will of grapists? Would you do that?
Would I mean, okay, look, why
are we even hesitating?
No,
I'm
no,
confused.
We're not. But like you want me to play the part of God, and I don't.
Boom! Immediately, that's my answer. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. No, I hear you. But like,
why do we have an issue saying that?
I don't. Yeah. Okay. Like, I believe that there shouldn't be any murderers. I would want to take the
no murderers, no rapists, no child sex traffickers, no genociders, no, all of that gone.
100%. I agree with you.
Okay. Boom! Immediately. So why doesn't God do that? If it's such an easy determination for us, if it's so very fucking clear to us, how come it's not clear to God?
I argue
no
that
poverty.
I argue that we're in a test, but then you would probably argue, well, why put us in a test that involves these things?
Yeah. Why? Why do we need to go through so much pain in a test? What's the point? What's the point of testing us?
It's a great question. I mean,
God's all knowing.
Okay.
God knows what's going to happen to us.
Okay.
Like if I knew my significant other already cheated on me, right? Or was going to cheat on me in the future, would I have any reason to test them? Any good reason?
Okay. Well, hold on.
To see if they cheated? No, right? I already know they cheated.
To get back at what you were saying, right? Like if, okay, I would say it's like you have a kid and you tell your kid not to do something. But like, would you want your kid to question you if like, you know, because you're basically questioning God. So, okay, like for example, if you know God exists, which like I know you argue you probably don't, but if you know he exists and God is telling you, like he's giving you a set rule, but then you want to question why is God doing 1, 2, 3? Or like, okay, for example, you tell your kid to stay in the house because you say, okay, outside your house is a bunch of, you know, it's unsafe outside your house. So you should follow these guidelines to keep you safe. Are you going to question your parent and say, why can't I go outside? I see other people outside, whatever. So like in this argument, it's like, okay, you see other people outside doing sin per se that God would not be happy with. But like you see it outside like it's normal, but your parents are telling you that because they know better than you.
Marvin, what the fuck? Marvin, I appreciate the happy witch. Thank you. Or the fucking whatever, the scary witch. I'm just gonna call it the scary shit now. Okay. So can you say that question again, Alex?
My bad. So like, okay, basically what I was trying to say is like you'd basically be questioning why God does what he does. But if you know God exists, then there's some things not worth questioning. So like you can know God exists without asking these questions. So like, just like how you would know your parent exists, like, you know, seeing your parents and your parents tell you, like they give you like a set of rules not to do. And you would want to question your parent. Why can't I do 1, 2, 3? But if your parent at the time doesn't feel like letting you know, your parent knows that they're letting you know what's best for you. So like, you'd be better off just listening to your parent. But obviously, in this example, you just have to know that God exists. And and I would argue that you could prove that God exists without questioning his will. The same, and it would go back to our argument of like, you know, you believing in 2 eternal particles or whatever, or multiple, I'm not sure. And me saying that it's God with intelligence.
Yeah, so again, the reason why we're questioning the will of God in this scenario is we're saying, are these actions actually good, or are God's characteristics of being all-knowing, all-powerful, and all-good actually compatible? Okay? If we don't question the will of God and question whether or not these actions are bad or good or something like that, well, then we're never going to be able to come to a determination here as to whether or not these characteristics are compatible. That would be my point.
Okay, I understand that. I just think, you know, I think if God wants to make us with free will, right, then he has to leave exception for corruption, because obviously he's not making other gods. You know, he's making imperfect beings.
1
So
hour
like
completed.
if God
Burned
says that he wants to
calories,
make us with free will,
253
then he has to say,
Heart rate
or he has to, I
119
mean,
beats
which he
per
does
minute.
know, obviously, that like there will be corruption throughout the land because he's making people with free will that aren't all intelligent like he is. So we're going to make mistakes.
Yeah, so
corruption.
my point is that what do you expect given a perfect test taker?
What do I expect? Like,
Yeah.
so like if somebody was like perfect following God's rules per se?
No, like a perfect test taker.
What does that mean?
Right, like someone who's taken a math test. They're perfect at taking math tests. What do you expect to see?
If they're perfect at it, then they would never do something wrong.
Yeah. A perfect free throw shooter. What do you expect to see?
Doesn't miss a three.
Doesn't miss a free throw. Okay. Perfect creator. What do you expect to see?
A perfect creator?
Yeah. What do you expect to see?
Depends what he wants to create.
Wait, so why didn't we say perfect creation? Given what we said prior with the other two.
Well, 'cause I know you're talking about God. So like whatever God wants to make, he can make it. I mean, like, but like, it's because you're saying creator, like that's
whatever God wants to make, he can make it. So if God wants to make a world where humans have free will and they always do the right thing, is that possible?
Well, you can't have free will and always do, no, sorry.
Does God have free will?
How do I say that?
Does God have free will?
God does have free will, but he has characteristics that.
Does God always do the right thing?
I would say yes.
Yeah. So you can do the right thing every single scenario, even though you have free will. Okay. So God can create beings in which have those characteristics, right?
But we're not God to be perfect like him. That's my argument.
Wait, but God can actualize a world in which we did engage perfectly.
If he wanted to, he could. But if
so God prefers sin over no sin. God prefers child sex trafficking over no child sex trafficking. God prefers genocide over no genocide. Because both these realities could have had free will, yet one reality could have existed without evil.
It's not free will if God doesn't allow you the opportunity to literally. Because
No, you did. Because again, here I'll give you an example. Right? Do I have the choice to do the right thing today, to never sin?
You have the choice to, but you will fail. Like you will make mistakes.
So it's not possible for me to not fail.
Humans cannot be perfect like God. No, never.
So it's not possible. So I don't have free will.
No. It's free will.
So it is possible.
Oh, okay. Look.
So it's possible for me to never sin today, right?
It's possible, but it wouldn't be perfect. Like you would make mistakes along the way.
Okay, it's possible for me to never sin today. Is it possible for me to never sin tomorrow?
Wait, no. Okay, look, hold on. You can make the effort to be perfect, but you'll never be entirely perfect. Like it's something that can't happen during your lifetime. Like, yeah, you have the free will.
So if I can't be perfect, that means I don't have free will. Because I can't choose to not sin.
That's not true because you can be persuaded for your choice to change. Do you get what I'm saying? You can make the decision today to be perfect, but you can be persuaded to change your mind one day and then the next day snap out of it. It's still free will. Like I can like for example, if you can't drink, right? Say drinking is wrong, God says it's wrong, you can't do it. I can still you can tell me today, I'm going to stop drinking. But you don't know the future. I could persuade you next year at a event and be like, "Hey, come drink with the boys." And you drink because at that moment your mind changed. Like you can decide now, I'm never going to sin or whatever. And then you can do it if you keep your mindset there. But I'm telling you.
No, but it was possible for me to not drink, right?
I'm sorry?
But it was possible for me to not drink, right?
It's possible for you to not do it if you keep.
Okay. So that's all I need to. Hold up. That's all I need to hear. I just need to hear that it's possible. So if it's possible for me to never sin today, for me to never sin tomorrow, for me to never sin the next day, and every single day for the rest of my life, and it would be the same thing true for every other human being, right? They could ask the exact same questions, and it would be true that they could never sin, right? Today, tomorrow, the next day after that, right? If that is the case, well, then it's true that there's going to be at least one possible world in which human beings freely always chose to do the right thing. Out of the infinite set of worlds, right? It might be very unlikely, 0.000, 100 million zeros, 1%. But the point is that at least one world exists in which human beings freely express themselves in this particular way, right? So if God can express that reality, right, rather than the reality we exist in here, again, both of these realities have free will, yet one doesn't have evil and one does have evil. So if we exist in the reality in which there is evil, that tells us that God prefers evil over no evil, holding free will constant.
But that's not what that means, because
exactly what that means.
No, because if you make a mistake, look, first of all, because like if you were to be all perfect, then you're not in need of God. So I mean, depending on one's belief system, right? God, like I believe God wants us to worship Him, to pray to Him, to ask Him for what we want, for what we need.
Marvin, I appreciate the flying witch. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I swear, Marvin. I swear. Are you good, bro?
Yeah. So like if one wanted to show gratitude, right, to God, even through their mistakes, even through making sins, for example, then that's why we repent. That's why we turn to God and say, like, we made a mistake, please forgive us, and like we try to do better. So if like that in a sense would be as close as you can get to perfect. The one who makes a mistake and can acknowledge it. Not one twisting his morality and then saying that, like whatever mistakes he makes, he or she convinces themselves that that's moral, that what they do is moral.
Okay. I don't know what your dispute is. I honestly don't know what you're saying there. You could clarify if you want. But I just want to let you know I have a few minutes and then I am actually going over to a friend's live real quick. So I want to give you a few more minutes to like finish up what we were saying.
Yeah, no problem. I don't know. I mean, I guess when it comes to this conversation, it's really just like, which angle we want to take it at. But because it's always a good debate, like a good conversation that like your argument is actually more it's one that I've never heard of, but I would say it sounds more rational than others that I've heard. I still think that it's more rational to believe that the eternal being is a creator, like one that made the world by design, not one that particles were fixated, that this world were to be. Because even I could say, okay, if it was two particles that are fixated, that the world would come to be how it is, exactly how it is today, then I could argue that one made those particles that just aren't eternal, and that the eternal being, which is, I would say, is God, is the one who made it. And I know your problem with that is like, with like all the corruption in the world per se.
First of all, right, it's an unnecessary assumption. Second of all, there's contradictions entailed by that worldview, right? So there's like no reason to hold to that.
To hold to what exactly?
To what you just said with your designer.
What do you mean? Wait, I'm confused.
So you said, first of all, there being a designer does not entail it's your God, right? 1, 2, right?
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, that's another conversation though.
Yeah, we can get into that. 2, right? The argument that I was referencing is that it being naturalistic would be more likely to be true because you require less assumptions. And then 3, there's contradictions entailed by your particular notion of God.
I don't think it's less assumptions. I think it's the same amount of assumption, but you're banking on it being chance that these particles created it how it is, and I say an intelligence created it the way that it is. But your problem with it being an intelligence is you see corruption in the world, so you think, oh well, that's not an intelligent being, because why is an intelligent being allowing grape going on? And
no, I never said it's not intelligent because of that reason. What I'm saying is that intelligence isn't required to explain it. That's what I'm saying. So we're just saying like what is required to explain it. I'm cutting out all unnecessary assumptions. So that's Marvin, you didn't get me that time. Man. I appreciate the flying witch. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it, man.
I don't see why an intelligence is unnecessary when, like, if the counter argument to that is particles made the world how it is.
Wait, sorry, say that one more time.
I don't see it being like unnecessary if it's like a God that's intelligent or particles. Because like either way, you're just replacing it with one or the other. I think that the better argument is that there just is an intelligence that operates the world as it is, rather than it just being self-sufficient. Like, because it's not self-sufficient. Like, you're basically saying that like particles that always existed created it when it did. But then I would say, you know, what stopped, if the particles are eternal, what stopped it from happening before it did or after it happened? Like after everything was created. But I would say God did it
But
when
stopped it after everything was created? I'm so confused what you're trying to say.
When okay, like when the Big Bang happened, right? If there wasn't an intelligence that have made it, why did it happen when it did? You would argue by chance, and I would argue...
Oh, no. I would say because of the necessary properties. Again, that's baked in the second assumption.
But that's still by chance, though. Like you're still...
Again, if you're saying that's by chance, well, then God having those particular desires is by chance. You understand that, right? So you fall into the same issue. We already went over this. This is why it's circular. This is why we're not getting anything out of this.
But you still think it's more logical to believe in that? Or
I believe you have contradictions under your worldview, yes. Yeah, you have contradictions, yeah.
But why? Okay, so why is that a contradiction?
No, we already brought up the contradiction. The prefer the world in which you have a preference against, the perfection, the perfect creator argument. We brought up both of those already.
Okay, but then the answer to that would be that you're basically questioning God, which, like, questioning why God does what he does is irrelevant if you just prove he exists.
Okay, so you didn't prove, and again, we're not questioning, we're showing a contradiction. Okay. I posed it in the context of a question, right, because I'm trying to get you to think about it. Okay, but there's an entailment of a contradiction. We're observing that contradiction.
But that's what I used the whole parent situation about, was to basically answer that in a way that you could possibly understand, which is like, you know, knows better than you, like your parent knows better than you. That's why you follow your parents' rules, because they're looking out for you. But you might.
I don't believe that this thing exists. I'm not going to follow something I don't believe it exists, because again, there's contradictions. You telling me that it knows more than me isn't going to tell me I'm just going to, I'm going to hail God, right? That's just, I'm sorry, but like that's just not going to happen.
No, but you're accepting particles created the world as it is, like as literally as the world is. And like, you basically believe in subjective morality, which, like, you actually think like anybody should basically do what they think is okay. That
is so fucking off of what, I'm sorry, bro. That is ridiculous. Saying that subjective morality is saying, oh, you should do whatever you want. No, that's not what it says at all. Okay.
No.
It means that morality is true dependent upon our stances. And you actually already believe that too. We already went over. I don't know why you're bringing up points we already went over. And like, dude, like, you're just restating things you already went over. I'm going to go on to my friend, right? Is there anything else you want to say?
No, but I think anybody watching can make sense of what you said and what I said. I mean, that's probably what anybody's going to do anyway. And because I do believe in God, I'm going to pray for you. I hope that one day, I hope that you don't stop, you know, gaining knowledge in the situation. I know I'm sounding like I'm probably one-sided in saying this, but because I believe in what I believe in so much, and like I feel that I also have evidences to believe in what I believe in, and I'm sure you feel like you have evidence to believe in what you believe in as well. I'm just saying that I do hope and would encourage you to keep studying more, just because, you know, I'm sure anybody who can make claims, or not claims, but anybody who can have evidences to support their claim would feel strongly like how I do to tell somebody else, you know, that like, I hope they do their research so that they could believe in what I believe in. And just so you know, I come from a Islamic, standpoint. So I know that's what you mean by like the whole different views of God, but that's why I was trying to say that like the view of God is irrelevant in the conversation of God exists. The first conversation is, does God exist? And then after you know he exists, then it's a whole different conversation to say, you know, which God per se is the God to follow. But obviously this is a different conversation. This is just does God exist or not? And just to very shortly cap it up, I believe God exists due to the design of the universe. And I don't believe in an infinite loop of creators. I believe that there has to be an exception of an eternal being.
Hey, man, you've kind of said this like 6 times.
It's just my outro to anybody listening. That like, if anybody can make sense of what I was saying, this is the gist of everything I was saying. Because you're about to leave, so I'm about to head out as well. So I was just giving a quick outro.
Yeah, but okay, all right. Well, I appreciate you coming on, man.
Have a great one, bud.
All right, all right, everyone. I'm gonna be going over to Dean's Live right now, everyone. I'm so confused, but yeah, we're gonna go over to Dean's Live, everyone, right now. Everyone, go to it's_, or is it it's _ Dean? Is that his fucking thing? Is it it's _ Dean? Yo, Rocket Matt, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much on the second account, man. I appreciate it. Everyone, look up it's _ Dean. Spam Parker Raid. Spam love from Parker. Spam Peen Live. It's not it's _ Dean. It's Dean. Spam Parker Raid. Spam love from Parker. Go right now, everyone. Right now. Tap that screen. Share that live. We're going to help get it out to more people, everyone, right now. Let's run it up right now, everyone. Everyone spam Peen in the chat. Let's go, everyone. PEAN. Let's go on to the next person. Appreciate it, everyone.